All right. Welcome back, folks. It is day 45. As the per usual Duolingo tradition, we are keeping the streak alive. Once again, Maku desu. Konnichiwa. Yokoso. All right. So, as part of our total recall section, we're going to go over some of the vocabulary. Interestingly enough, the vocabulary in this section here, actually, we're going to change the color up because today I have something prepared. We are going to go... We're going to go yellow today. Yes. Yellow today. Or from now on for the next couple of weeks. So, we went over some vocabulary, and this section has fewer vocabulary, actually, than this section. I want to say I remember maybe 10, right? Yo, Indy. You're just in time for me to do a 2-hour digression about yesterday. Oh, yesterday was a lot of fun. Although I did a very little learning. Well, I learned about a lot of people and talked about a lot of things. So we're about to go into that. But before we do that, I think there are like 10 elements in this section that I manage. Yes, Atsu. Indeed. So desu. Nihongo no... Dang it, I don't know what that is. Nihongo no... Something wa dou desu ka? How is learning Japanese? I don't know. I'm still not used to seeing that. Can I glean anything from the kanji? No, I can't glean anything. Hit me up. Oh, benkyo. Oh, that Lotus used that before. And I think you might have several people used that before. Benkyo. Okay. Benkyo. How's studying? It's going pretty well. And I'm about to go over what I learned yesterday. So yesterday we focused on this, which is 10. 10 elements. I can remember 10 elements. It's actually a lot lower than the 22 elements up here. Although the nice thing about this was it felt like it was cut in half because 11 belonged to something. Or, oh no, actually, truly it felt like it was cut in fourths. So, like, the different seasons had different things associated with. So it felt like a fourth. And these elements feel like it was cut in... Actually, they're all related. So they're kind of a little bit better. Actually, I take it back. It's about 2. Because 5 of them maybe are related. And 5 to 7 of them are related. And 3 of them aren't really related. So we're going to review those. And then I have something else prepared for today. It'll probably take 2 hours. It's a really fun topic. And it involves why yesterday's stream was over 9 hours. There were 4 or 5 different topics that I have to talk about. And it does deal with Japanese all the way at the end. Or something about Japanese at the end. It's incredible. Yesterday's discussion, I was saying things like like sa, all over again. It was fantastic. I learned something about my English tendencies. There's so much. We'll talk about it in a bit. So let me see if I can remember the 10 or so elements. So we're going to use English to save time. Yesterday I used the kana instead because I thought I had time. Now I don't have time. Did you do stuff with Atsui? Yes. Atsui. Yeah. Samui. Samui. Yeah. Hot, cold. Atatakai. Yes. Warm. Yes. I did not get cool. So no cool for me. But atsui, atsui and samui and atatakai are the three, yes. And then the seasons, right? Fuyu, I mean, let's go from the top. Haru, natsu, aki, fuyu, right? Fuyu. So, and then you had like yuki, snow, kumori, cloudy, and sunny, hare. So things like that. Those are some of the stuff that they introduce. So of the seasons and whatnot. And then tenki is what they say weather instead of introducing the phrase kisetsu, right? The word kisetsu. I see what you mean by seasons not being in the vocabulary up to the point, even though you get to introduce all the seasons. But anyways, that's yesterday's. That was the day before. So not these. We only managed to do this yesterday. I didn't even get to the repeat because we had so much interesting discussions. So for today, the things that we did yesterday were modifiers. So how to say I'm gonna talk about it in this way. It's a little bit more interpretive this way. So how to third person Oni-san. So Oni-san. So these are kind of familiar to me already. So it felt more like learning 4 elements yesterday. So it wasn't too bad. So it's more of a third person contrast. So Oni-san, One-san, right? One-san. I'm a little stuffy today, but it'll be alright. It'll probably clear in a little bit. And then, oh, you're talking about this. I heard this conversation yesterday. Oh, there's a lot of other stuff. I have more to bring. Not this though. This specifically I'm not gonna be talking about. Where like someone said One-san is just to make it polite, right? It's the desk conversation again, but not this one. Not this conversation. Maybe a little bit down the road. But the idea is before this, right, we had ane and ani, which involves the implicit watashi no, right? The implicit watashi no. And this is more like, how do I talk about my brother, my older brother, or older brother, which may belong to me or someone else in the third person. So oftentimes when I think of One-san and Oni-san in like anime, that's the implicit interpretive difference in my opinion. So we got these two, and what are the other elements? There weren't too many. It felt like okay, we have here we go. Hold up. This one is result of like a 3-hour discussion, but we got Australia, okay? Australia or Australia, right? Australia versus Australia, okay? I say Australia. I don't know how many people say Australia, but I say Australia, not Australia. The difference between like America and America. So I say America as opposed to America. So, and then when you say America, so it's more natural for me to say America because the ka is not a k. So America is a little heavier emphasis, but I don't say America. I say America. So that one we'll go into a little bit. It's related. So in this is Ostoreria, right? Raria. Ostoraria. Yeah, Ostoraria. Ostoraria. It'll sound weird, yeah. Ostoraria. So Ostoraria, and then we had Malaysia as well. Whoops, sorry, Malaysians, I misspelled. Malaysia, and these are the three elements that are unrelated. So sort of unrelated. They're clustered. So Malaysia, yeah, it's more like Malaysia, Chuya, but it comes out as Malaysia, so that's fine. Malaysia, and here I do say the Malaysia, so Malaysia instead of Malaysia. So I do say Malaysia as in UH, right? But that's fine. I do flip between the two, and Americans do that, apparently. After hearing a bunch of this, American English speakers do toggle between an and an ah. The nice thing about sounding like a foreigner in Japanese is generally we've concluded, or at least anecdotally, that there is not really all that many uhs anyways, right? Or any elements of in Japanese. So you can sound like a foreigner by using and ahs. Sure, fair enough. So if I say Malaysia, some, a Japanese person is gonna say, oh yeah, you sound like a foreigner. Like, fair enough. And you sound like English. On my YouTube feed, there has been a bunch of videos on American English is butchering English. Yeah. I won't even go into that. It's coming from a lot of those things come from oh wait, I can weave that in to my discussion later. It's dealing with the idea of translation versus interpretation, and this is the thing I want to talk about today, which was sparked by yesterday's discussion. So translation versus interpretation, and oftentimes on the internet it's dealing with translation because it's written most of the time. So just as a teaser, right? So American English is butchering English because American English has become more interpretive as opposed to translational. And it isn't just Americans, it's everyone using English that leads to more interpretation than translation. The last one was not really a country, it was Sore. I think. Soru. Sorry, Soru. So Soru, which is a little bit of acquired taste too, but I like it. Soru. These are the three elements to describe where someone is from, and they use that. And then we had the go. The goal, which I had such a hard time yesterday. I practiced a little in my head. I don't know if I'll give it a go, right? The first goal they also introduced was ego, which I think we could say English. Ego. So they finally introduced ego. And then we have Nihongo, right? Nihongo. And then the last two are a rough thing because it was next to ga, and then it leads into the one thing I want to talk about today. So we're gonna stop here after I say the next two, and then the thing that sparked all of this is coming up at the end, and that is chu gokugo, right? Chu gokugo and kankokugo. Yes. And when they put a ga next to the thing, holy heck, do I keep skipping the go. So like chu goku go ga. And then the predicate that we're going to talk about today, sort of. So chu goku go. Chu goku go and kan koku go. And I'm accenting it really hard so that I can differentiate between the habit that I'm going between, which when I was saying kan koku go, I'm saying kan goku go, like chu goku go, but it's kan koku go, right? And right now I'm not even getting any of the pitch accents properly and all that, because I can't even separate going back between K's and G, like gus and cuz. They're getting like rapidly mixed up. So that's the thing that I was spending a lot of time yesterday doing. And you might be thinking, well, no one's going to say Korean language and Chinese language. That's true, but I'm practicing like having those syllables next to each other. So like, because there are others like, what's a good one? The mono stuff, like tate mono mo, right? And then there's like o. So there are a lot of repetitions, and that is a different digression. But English, especially American English, I guess it's butchering the English language, I don't know. Americans have gone through this period where they're dropping repetitive syllables in their words. Whether that's a conscious decision or someone is like revving up the troops to cause this trend, it happens quite often now, where instead of putting lots of R's and lots of K's in a singular word, they drop one of those sounds, especially consonants, like rolling R's happen a lot, rolling B's. And I constantly use the example yesterday with the word, oh, what the heck, it's not registering. Hello? Probably, I can't even say probably very comfortably, because I don't use probably, I use probably. However, a lot of other English words do this, so English words naturally do not have a lot of repetitious sounds in the actual word. So probably, like around me colloquially, people like, I hear it frequently enough to notice that probably is even probably is P and B. P and B are very close together, but probably makes it even more repetitious. You usually say probably. Yeah, probably is the other alternative, because Lee, the L sound is less repetitious with P, even though P is close to B. So probably it works. So that's kind of the idea. English speakers, in my opinion, American English speakers tend to not want to use repetitious sounds, and kangoku go, kankoku go is difficult for me. If I'm an English speaker, I don't want to say she sells seashells by the seashore, right? And if it's stuck into a single word, that's even rougher. And that's an acknowledgement of something I trade off as an English speaker or an American English speaker. So fair enough. That's a slight digression that was also talked about yesterday. There's so many things that were talked about yesterday. But anyways, so we have all the goes. And then the last thing that was new. Oh, actually, a side note. There are actually two things. However, I already talked about the other one because of you, Indy. I know very, very well about this now, and it finally showed up, which is iru. So iru was shown because you're talking about third person family members, and iru has finally been introduced. But we're not going to talk about that either. But iru is introduced, or imas in the polite form. So iru was also introduced. This is not the one that we're talking about, and we're going to start our segment on the one that was introduced and someone mentioned it. So someone mentioned it, which is much like you, Indy. I met another person kind of like you, which, man, if you guys got together and talked, that's I would love to hear the ESL-ness between you, Lotus, and Sweat. I forgot Sweat's last 4 digit, but Sweat has been learning Japanese for 4 to 5 years, and man, there's some interesting thing. There's some similar idiosyncrasies between the 3 of you, and I think it would be interesting to watch you guys exchange ideas on being Japanese learners. I don't know if you this person is actively reading now for natives. That's what they're doing, is what they mentioned yesterday. But this is all off that. So I'm gonna go with disclaimers first. Disclaimers are necessary. So this is one evening. So I only rehearsed this for one evening. Whatever I could get in one evening. I am not a professional linguist, right? This is worth mentioning, and I don't aim to be one, nor do I aim to be perhaps a competent one either. So not a professional linguist. Also, this includes all its umbrellas. So I'm about to go into a topic that deals with terminology. All right, and the other disclaimer is this does deal with some of my personal experiences. And not necessarily a job-oriented experience. So not job-oriented to some extent. So these are a little bit I think this will cover most of the disclaimers. Now, the thing that prompts all of this is I guess we'll call it the verb or the predicate that was introduced in this unit. And the predicate or the verb is dekiru. So dekiru, right? Dekiru. And it was introduced here. And the prompt was that duo, so we'll say the duo filter, which they use translation as their method, or they aim to be translating. So duo filter for translation for dekiru is no. I know. Shite. Hold. I still don't know the word for hold, but okay. Shiteiru. All right. So they use dekiru through a filter and use to know something. And what did they know? They used it in the form of knowing a language. Okay. All right. So it translates to, oh, my sister knows Japanese. My older brother knows English or something. Okay. Fair enough. Fair enough. All right. And then this creates the obvious situation where Indy would say, "Whoa!" I'm sorry, Indy. I know you're a really great sport about it, and I really love your. I really appreciate your presence here. You're gonna say, "Whoa!" This is more like can do or able to do, and then 8 billion other things. Okay? All right? Okay? But it doesn't necessarily talk about the conceptual. No. And it doesn't deal with the conceptual of understanding. So, like all great anime, I'm kidding, this is hyperbolic, but like all great anime, this is going to be the first scene, and I'm not coming back to this scene until I do my digression. So let's take it back to the beginning, okay? We're not going to talk about this and how much I know about this in one evening, or maybe in several evenings before this. So this is the cliffhanger, guys. This is the cliffhanger. You know, the first scene in episode 1 where you're like, oh, Maku was in the middle of the best part. Like, how do we know how this ends? It's like, all right, now flashback. Time to flashback to last evening. Okay? So we'll keep this on the back burner and we're going to erase this now. Okay? So someone came by and said it's can do. All right. So how is this relevant to expressing something? So what I'm trying to do now is I want to express my goal for this digression, which is started. So for the next 2 hours is to express how I think about things. As in, a lot of times there's a miscommunication on why and how I learn things in general, not just Japanese, but in this case, Japanese. I want to express and give a better idea and then record this for myself personally, record this for myself to practice expressing this, because I do get the questions a lot and it deals with this expression of how I think and why and how I learn things in general, but in this case, Japanese. And it does go into the idea, the perspective, so to frame it to individuals who's interested in the field of linguistics, or maybe they're casually the hobby of linguistics. So let's just place it in hobby territory so that I don't get nailed and criticized and burned at the stake for suggesting that I'm a professional linguistic person. I'm not. Linguistics is barely a hobby to me as well. My passion, first and foremost, is evaluating how to learn things. However, in this case, I'm going to frame it in this because it's appropriate. And that is the duality, or not duality, but the nuances of nuances, bringing back another video, I suppose. Nuances of nuances of the idea between translation and interpretation. Yesterday, much like I was talking about transliteration and translation, the other day, which I kind of sort of used it inappropriately for my own personal interpretations, and I've already mentioned that I wasn't really using it appropriately for whatever other people are doing. I was personally trying to distinguish it. So here, yesterday, I also did this. I raised the question about translation and interpretation. And the context was the idea of capturing the essence of language versus focusing on the literal translation of language. And this comes up all the time because Our adult brains love to frame things with literal things. So, oftentimes I met Sweat, and in coincidence met another person who was emphasizing literal translation and its contrasts, and their abilities and struggles with literal translation versus the essence of language. So for me, I was thinking, yeah, I get it. It's that same, it's the same bootstrap where a stranger comes up and say, oh yeah, there's no translation for this, right? No translation for this. So the ideal case is remove. Do I know the word? I do. I think it looks familiar. Yes, I do. But you can't say anything about it yet. We're not at that part of anime. So I already... Yes, we're going to talk about that later. And I know what that kanji looks like, but I recognize it as the kana. So we'll go into that later. And I'll use English to explain all of these things. So yes, I hold on to that thought. I've already made a hint to that phrase. If you're talking about what I think you're talking about. Unless it's not what I think. Are you talking about understanding? And knowing? But that phrase is understanding? If you're not, then never mind. I don't know what that word is. Hold on to that thought. It may or may not be relevant to this. You don't know? Okay, what does that word mean? I'll take a little break. Because I want to hold on to this thought. Because I'm in the middle of something that takes 2 hours. Feel free to talk about that. I may or may not respond to it. Okay. Oh, you don't know what I'm thinking? Okay, fair enough. Maybe later. Hold on to that thought if you're still around. Okay, so stranger, right? The stranger comes up and say no translation. So their goal is to remove their tether to English or whatever their native language is, right? In order to do the immersion and then learn the essence of the language while also learning the translation of the language. And I mentioned a comment where I'm more about the essence, or more like the interpretation of the language. And I might be using this incorrectly at the time, right? In terms of the linguist's scape, interpreting something. However, then Sweat came in and we kind of group thinked a little about the idea that when we think about language and how you eventually gradually become integrated into a language, it's the idea that you feel the language, you become expressive in the language. And oftentimes that circumvents this feeling of no translation. The idea is translation verbatim is ultimately going to fail at some point, largely because there's a loss in translation, that whole idiom. So oftentimes when people focus on the act of translating written things, actively translating written things, my thought to myself was, that's kind of neat, and I appreciate and respect all those individuals who go out of their way to take it up as a challenge to translate everything. While on my hand, Duolingo teaches you the sentence for this has no English translation or something. Oh, really? I look forward to that. I will be very ecstatic when I get that, right? Because here, now let's think about this for a moment. So this person was saying, oh, my flashcards, I would use my Anki flashcards, right? My Anki flashcards, and I would only put in an image of an anime. It's Turnus. Anime, and not use any English words in my flashcards. And my thought was, if it works for you to compartmentalize your experience in your native language in order to become more well-versed in the loss in translation of Japanese, that's great. For me, I'm more in the essence of interpretation. So this will come into play as I do a really terrible cursory job of distinguishing between translation and interpretation. For me, I love tethering my English and every language I have to the current language I'm learning. So what I mean by that is I kind of did a diagram, like if A is English and B is Romaji and C is Kana and D is kanji, right? I like to enter at any position along this and be able to bounce to any other position on the spot simultaneously. I'm in the idea that I want to preserve the interpretation capacity back and forth in any of the stages. So, and this also goes into something I'm not going to cover today, which is the top-down approach versus the bottom-up approach, which was mentioned as well in this context. But it's a mix of all of them, what I'm about to talk about. So what is the essence of translation and the essence of interpretation versus literal translation, right? I was thinking to myself, maybe the linguist is going, like professional linguist is going to beat me over the head, and professional interpreters and translators are going to beat me over the head, and they will. So, sumimasen in advance, okay? Sorry in advance. I don't have a lifetime to become both a professional translator and interpreter. And actually, the common statement is that it's actually incredibly difficult to be both an effective translator and an interpreter, because they have a lot of mutually nuanced, distinguished skills. And what are those? For example, so let's do some stereotypes. This is very cursory and anecdotal. I want to highlight the things that are relevant to my narrative, and if I don't mention certain things, it doesn't mean those things don't exist. It's not for the purpose of this. So, translation often has a bias towards written, and interpretation has a bias towards speaking. Okay? I'm going more towards interpretation and translation. Yeah, Indy. You just took my punchline. Thanks, Indy. All right, time to wrap it up. I'm quitting. Indy just stole my punchline. I'm kidding. So let's think of this as a continuum. So a number line, right? So you have these slight subtleties, but there's a duality between translation and interpretation. One is a bias towards written, and one is a bias towards speaking. They're not exactly opposite, but they are not necessarily mutually inclusive of each other. Okay, so I want to highlight that. That's usually the common one. Now, translation has a stronger bias towards accuracy, and the sources that I used didn't use this word that I would say for interpretation, but the contrast to accuracy would be conciseness. So it's not exactly encompassing, but the idea is when you're interpreting something, you're trying to be concise as opposed to accurate. Sometimes being concise does sacrifice some accuracy. Per se, okay? Oftentimes when you do one-to-one translations, they become unwieldy, nuanced, and verbose. So that happens a lot. It becomes very nitty-gritty, super, as most people would say, when they think about nerd language, right? Like nerd of language learning, oftentimes they're referring to the characteristic of accuracy that deals with translation versus the conciseness of interpretation. And I am a nerd for interpreting things as opposed to translating things. So I want to express that this very big difference that comes up in every week. There's at least 2 or 3 huge 4-hour sessions dealing with this exact distinction. Okay? So, and then there's one last thing that I want to highlight between translation and interpretation, and that is the essence of time and feelings versus this time, so more like all time and limited time. And then feelings, I would say it's more like detached versus compassionate. So what do I mean by that? Well, when you're detached in translation, you can either be right or wrong, or more right or more wrong, right? So you're either right or wrong, or how accurate, it's very measurable, right? You have a lot of time, things are written, you're translating it. So you can argue to ad nauseum whether you're closer to the right answer or more wrong, right? Like who's more right and wrong. So this is the element that me and tons of strangers that I purely respect their goal of being a great translator. That's the detached feeling. Like this is the right way of translating this. End of story. And it often deals with the indicative form. Translating is indicative by nature. Interpretation is subjunctive. To frame it into an English term, it has limited time, as in when you speak and you're interpreting it, which is what I do as a streamer, by the way, right? When someone is typing something, they can choose when and how, in what manner, and in what contextual way to give me their text. I have to speak and interpret it on the spot with a limited amount of time. So most of my skills involve communication. An interpreter involves more in the skills involved in interpreting. So how do I remain articulate and yet ignorant of what this person is talking about? That's the idea. So you ask for clarification. There are a lot of sentences in which you use that creates a scope of active listening versus dictation. So rarely do interpreters, in my opinion, lack the skill of heavy communication skills. Translators can completely lack communication skills. Because you're either right or you're wrong. You're aiming for a specific translation. Interpreters have limited time and must be compassionate to the things you're interpreting. So the reason why I say this is because most of my life as a multilingual person, quote unquote, multilingual person, is in the field of speech, not in the field of written. I'm illiterate in Fujonese. I'm illiterate in Mandarin, Cantonese. I mean, I might as well be, the closest thing I have to translation is probably Spanish. And even then, I spend more time in interpreting. So when I walk to the office, I actually used this example yesterday to elevate what I mean by interpretation. I'm an interpreter. My first 18 years of life, I spend most of my time interpreting for my parents. It's not about the accuracy, the one-to-one, word for word. If you attempt to, like, you know, when you watch a multilingual video, right? Maybe I watch a lot of multilingual video in which the Japanese developer, right? The Japanese developer say one thing and an interpreter is saying it in English. And now it's gotten to the point where I'm more focused on the idea that did the interpreter capture the essence of the person who's speaking in a different language. And this involves a lot of different skills that also involves compassion. It's not about being right or wrong. It's about, did you capture the overall scope of the thing? So as an interpreter for my parents, oftentimes people talk in a manner that they complete whole ideas before they stop to allow me to interpret it to my parents. So oftentimes in an interpretive environment, you are trying to consume all of it until that person is ready for, they completed the idea, and then I interpret that idea and explain it to my parents. And then my parents would ask a bunch of questions. I would ask a bunch of questions back in the language, in Fujonese, and interpret all of that and give it back to the person who doesn't understand what my parents are saying. So an interpreter has not only need the capacity to digest a huge idea, it's incredibly contextualized to the point where you must be aware of what that person is feeling, the competency level, the dissonance between the two, right? Like, I'm not going to explain the technical jargon that's coming out of a doctor's mouth in a manner that's one-to-one, as in if you are translating the doctor's language, it won't be unintelligible to my parents, even if they had the command of the language in that way, right? Because this goes into the next thing that I spend most of my life doing. And what it is that I actually don't even do this in my professional life because it's actually interpretation. So what is this? Why do I like interpreting things? Right? And this is where we're leaving. This is where we're leaving the field of linguistics. Sort of. It's maybe a different field of linguistics. And that's interpreting to explain something. Now, when you think about it, you don't typically, in my opinion, most people, when they think of linguistics, they're talking about different languages, right? Different languages. Oftentimes, it's literal. You have Japanese, you have English. What does my experience and professional background have to do with interpretation? It sounds like I only use English in my life. And that is because I also act as an interpreter for science, the scientific language, and the lay speak. So it doesn't have to be a literal different language. You can actually, there's a translation approach and an interpretation approach to explaining specialized subsets of the same language. And in my professional background, I have been doing this my entire life as well. I spend most of my time as a upper educated, as in what I mean by upper educated is, for example, if I'm an upperclassman, as in upperclassman, colleague, I often focus on the idea of interpreting scientific concepts and not necessarily lay in the sense of like simple. Sorry, this is probably not the word I'm trying to say. How to uninformed. The uninformed speech. As in, okay, well, I'm a biologist and the person I'm talking to is a physicist. So I must have to be able to somehow interpret what I'm trying to demonstrate in my content to a person without using language that is unintelligible. And even within the scope of English or any language, in Japanese, something, when someone starts speaking in poetry in Japanese, they would have to convert and interpret that poem to someone who doesn't understand the poem, right? So interpretation is still exists in the microcosm of a language. And for me, when educators and teachers, what they're necessarily doing is oftentimes interpretation. When someone asks a teacher what this means, they're interpreting. They're attempting to interpret. And oftentimes, teachers fall into the pit of trying to translate it. And even within the same language. And when you translate it, it often comes off as, it's not one-to-one, but the idea is like, when you have a difficult math problem, right? And then you choose to use more math to solve the math problem, right? Oh, here's the math, and here's the proof for the math. It's like, yeah, that's kind of like translating. You're taking a concept and you're using the concept that they're trying to understand to explain the same concept. So when you need to interpret things, what you're doing is not necessarily simplifying. And this is another thing that, to me, simplifying is what translators do far more to, I don't know, help beginners than finding clever ways of interpreting the complex thing without simplifying. So what am I doing here right now is that I am trying to discuss something I do simultaneously for the last 30 plus years, as far as I could form a conscious decision. Every time I learn something, I'm doing all of this. I'm looking for interpretations. I'm looking to somehow talk in a manner, disseminate a complex thing that's happening in my head. The bootstrapping and the way I organize thoughts without simplifying it. What I'm doing is I'm doing a reinterpretation of it so that it is digestible for anyone. And I challenge myself to do it. It doesn't mean I succeed all the time. The success is dependent on how that person understands me. Eventually, my only feedback, the big feedback that I get is when that person starts using language like I do, and they start predicting my behaviorisms. That's ultimately the true feedback that I'm getting if I'm interpreting my complex thing that's going on in my head accurately. And in some way, that is the greatest feeling of an interpreter, in my opinion. If my parents can answer and feel satisfied with what I'm telling them the doctor is saying, and then the doctor does it, and my parents' expectations are met, and their doctor's expectations are met in the interpretation, then you've successfully interpreted something. When you focus on translation, you don't have the time and the luxury to do a one-to-one, this doctor said this. What is the word? Man, I don't know the word for colonoscopy. How do I interpret colonoscopy to my parents? Well, you interpret it. What do I say when I try to describe to my parents what a colonoscopy is? I would tell my parents in a not so subtle way, quite literally tell them that I think the doctor is going to shove a tube up your butt. It's not the exact phrasing I would say. I would say something like, they want to look at your where food comes out, right? Near your butt. They want to make sure that there's nothing in it. And when the doctor only says, oh, we're going to use a colonoscopy to check something, to say all these technical words that I understand in English, I would not interpret that to my parents and make it sound incredibly technical, so that even if I could say it, it would be unintelligible to them. So you're doing two levels of interpretation my entire life. Not only do I need to reinterpret the context so that it accommodates an uninformed speech, I am also swapping languages at the same time. So I take the complex English, distill it, and reinterpret it in order for my parents to be inclined in understanding how bills work, taxation works, insurance works in the country. So I've done this so much that I love teaching. So by translation, I suppose, by translation, when I got into college or even in high school, I love tutoring other people. When someone asks, I don't understand what Avogadro's number is. Right? I don't know how to spell Avogadro's number. But Avogadro's number. Like, I don't get it. What does that even mean? What is this really, really large word? Well, you have to interpret it to the person. Your focus is on interpreting. A translator would probably use something like, well, it says this many molecules, and they would write the number of molecules into like this amount, like 10 to the 23rd, roughly, of something, molecules into this compound. That's the translation. It would be the literal meaning of Avogadro's number. Does that work? Sometimes it does. It does. However, you could interpret it. How would I interpret it? I would use a diagram. I would use space. I would use volume. So if you're thinking about like teaching, what is an effective teaching tool? Well, there are a lot of overlaps between being an effective interpreter and being an effective teacher. So a teacher is not aiming to be literal and capturing all the nuances as concisely, like, as accurately as possible. An effective teacher typically uses the skills to understand where is your unformed person at right now. It's constantly relevant to interpretation. Like when you're interpreting for people live, you have to be aware of who you are interpreting between, right? It's capturing the essence of the language. A developer doesn't sound like a technical developer when they're trying to communicate to a group of their fans. And of course, the plugin screwed up the thing. It's fine. It's fine. We'll rewrite some of these. So when you're doing interpretation, you are capturing the essence of the language. And how is that relevant to Japanese, right? It bleeds into teaching. I've taught most of my life. I love tutoring. I like explaining the colligative property of chemistry in the sense of an uninformed computer science major. Like a computer science major, you don't start throwing around thermodynamics, kinetics, and I don't know, the molecular bonds and like valence electrons and things like that, which would be more of a translational approach where you take your elements and you still slap them across the head and do a top-down approach. Interpreters have to deconstruct and build back up as quickly as possible. So when a doctor spends only 5 minutes and they explain something in 2 paragraphs, and then they say, okay, I'm done with my idea, now you can tell your parents. They quite literally says, okay, feel free to tell your parents. That's what an interpreter does. You take all of that, and how do you capture that meaning, their expression of concern, their expression of like, what did all the language choices and word choices portray? Did it sound like the doctor is worried, right? They use a lot of negative words. So there's a lot of interpretation that is lost in translation. And even the literal act of translating is lost. So when someone tells me that, oh yeah, the way Duolingo teaches doesn't give you competence in the essence of the Japanese language. Competence in the Japanese language, right? I absolutely 100% agree it does not. You have to talk to someone. You have to listen to other natural conversations. That's what the interpretation part comes in, right? However, what the assumption here is someone infers that I don't care about that. So they oftentimes, this is where tons of critics and debates, the root of the debate comes here, because I don't have time to explain my background and my motivations a lot of times, and it's a disservice. And I'll probably spend it and say it again and again. It will probably slow me down on Duo, but that's fine. I like that. I want to say it here that it's hard for someone who is trying to evaluate a product that focuses on translation, which most people agree. Duo is a product that focuses on translation. Am I focused on translation? Well, when I'm using Duo, yes. I'm evaluating Duo on its capacity to translate. For those who stuck around long enough, maybe a week or 2 weeks, and watch me rant about things, most of my time, I would say even greater than 50% of my time while I'm using Duolingo is having discussions. And those discussions are involved in the field of interpretation. I'm interpreting everything. How does that look? Oh, wait. So the developers, it starts with my words like, say, oh, the devs look like, oh, I see what they're trying to do. They look like they're doing this. This is their attempt, at least, I think. That's an interesting design. I guess they're trying to draw a contrast between ane and onesan, right? I'm interpreting their design. So I still do interpretations, but for a different reason that is very apparent. And then most people focus on their translation. So a lot of times they even take translational approaches to learning another language. They're like, oh yeah, I got to remind myself. This means literally can do. Oh, this means to know. And I get that. And for those people, it's a negative response. It's the one where, oh yeah, let's just forget. Like, people would advise you, oh, just forget about everything. Don't try to learn Japanese in the context of English. You want to learn Japanese as Japanese. So either you take it literally so that you're closer to Japanese, or just forget there's no translation and immerse in Japanese. That's great. I think that's a very appropriate, reasonable approach. If getting reminded that you're trying to think of your English norms as a negative thing. I focus largely on interpretation. So, interpretation. So if someone can say like, oh, well, you know, there's no translation, right? There's no translation. What is the first thing I do? I try to offer an interpretation of that comment. A lot of times when you're talking about feelings, subtext, expression, how to express depression, mental like health, habit formation, you're often doing a lot of interpreting. So when someone tells you it's all right, and then I hear this person say a paragraph of negative things, only negative things, what am I doing? I'm interpreting what that fine means. It doesn't mean they're fine. If someone is language learning and the first thing they tell me is, oh, they love language learning and they like using their native language, and suddenly they're saying, oh, I'm learning Japanese and I am making sure I never think it in English. I'm never thinking about it in English. The interpretation is that this person thinks English, their native language, is a burden to acquiring a new language, so they remove it. What does that feel like? It's deconstructive. It's much like the advice when someone goes on the Reddit subreddit, and it's procced by a subreddit, by the way, because I was reading about the thing I'm about to go back to, the Japanese part. I was looking at the distinction between three different predicates that I already know, but Duolingo only introduced one of them so far, and that's dekiru. Dekiru. So when I was looking at the subreddit, someone would say, "Oh yeah, I don't get it. Like when someone said dekiru, I thought they mean to know, and then but it's really can do. But does it also mean how to, if they're able to, or?" And then the full string of subreddits generally had the like feeling or advice that, okay, you're trying to look for literal translation. Sometimes there just isn't a translation. You best not fight against your English tendencies and stop framing everything in the context of English. That would help this person because they're having a negative time. They're thinking that the lack of translation is frustrating them. In my opinion, as an interpreter, as someone who focuses on interpreter, that's a neat detail. Not only are the differences not negative, they are interesting. There is a lack, so it's affirmation. Like, oh yeah, you can't really express this. I need to know this. I need to remember this. Not pretend like it doesn't exist. So when you start immersing yourself and removing your English, the skill that you stop practicing is a skill that interpreters must have. And I love that. I prefer to have that skill over worrying about whether it's negative or positive or slows you down or speeds you up when you're thinking about English. I want this. I want to be able to interpret back and forth. If you translate, and this is the one last contrast between translating and interpreting, which I forgot to mention, is that oftentimes when you're a really epic, goated translator, a professional is encouraged to only go one direction, unidirectional. And obviously, most of the stuff that I say is not. It's bi-directional. It's like multi-directional, actually. And an interpreter requires they go in multiple directions. And that's the difference between, some people might say, oh, but that's generalizing versus specializing. Well, translators must focus on translating everything as well as they can in their strongest language, right? They do both, in both cases, interpreters and translators aim to be really great at two languages, but their priorities are different. Translators focus on what is their strongest language, and they're encouraged to hyper realize how well it can be translated in their language. And that's the approach, in my opinion, of what most strangers come at me for. They're like, oh, wait, that actually mean can do, not no. And that, well, as an interpreter, my thought was the essence of this sentence is lost in translation. I would actually say this person is implying in this context, if I imagine it in my immersion stuff, like I go around, I hear a lot of anime things and anime scenes, and then I hear interviews and stuff. When they say dekiru in this context to an English speaker, the closest interpretation of it is that they know a language, not do a language. So it's not negative or positive. Those who focus on translation will say like, oh, you should stop doing that. You definitely should stop doing that because you're fighting against Japanese. Japanese isn't English. And I understand that. That's from the translation literal point of view. As an interpreter, you need to answer these questions. These questions are essential to understanding what is lost and what is not lost in it. So knowing what is lost in translation is also beneficial to what isn't lost in translation. So when I go around and to help that guy, to help the person from a interpreter's point of view, I would tell them like, Japanese people have 3 different types of expression, and the expression you're looking for is shiru. You want to, if you're really concerned about learning something novel and something that you're acquiring at the moment, is shiru. And if you're wondering if you want a deeper meaning and form the idea necessary to understand the nuances and maybe already have the presence of that knowledge, use wateru. And then there's a nuance when you contradict and negate them. Wataru nai, or watana, what is it? Watana nai? When you negate it, you're actually telling the other person in a more polite way that you don't understand the material, versus saying shiranai, which is giving you the impression that, oh, I don't want to learn something new. Like, please, I don't care about learning something new right now. Like, not only do I not know, but I don't want to learn something new, right? So that can come off as rude. So these are the interpretations of those phrases. They're not the literal translation of those things. When you think about politeness, contextual rudeness, that stuff still is involved in interpretation. So in order to give this person more context, you don't, in my opinion, I wouldn't offer a translational approach where like, oh, there's no translation. Stop focusing on things that don't exist. Like, there's no existence for translating this. You just need to know. So stop thinking about it in English. As an interpreter, you continue to try to not literally do it, but capture the essence of what it is. So dekiru, in the sense of a language, kind of means knowing. When you know something, you're kind of also inferring you can do it. And oftentimes, do it is a smaller subset of knowing. So in English, in American English, which apparently American English is butchering, right? It's butchering English. When someone says, I can do something, yeah, I mean, there's no translation for a lot of things you already know. And oftentimes, my conflict with that, Indy, is that I'm not looking for a translation. I'm looking for an interpretation. So oftentimes people find me incredibly pedantic and aggressive. Yeah. So like, there's no translation for kimono and sushi. So what do? You interpret what a kimono is, and you interpret what sushi is to the person who doesn't know what a kimono and a sushi is, or a yukata, right? That's the idea. And when someone asks you like, well, how do you interpret? And it works the other way around. So English, going from English to Japanese, when someone says, bet. Indy, bet. Like, oh yeah, that slaps. What do? You don't translate it. You interpret it, in my opinion. How do you capture that slaps to a Japanese person? Like, these are the oral speaking patterns of language. So when you're speaking and someone's like, oh yeah, that slaps, and then you have like this Japanese friend that's looking to you, is like, what does that mean? That slaps. Kono slap. Right? You would, if you're translating it, you would try to do the whole thing where you're like, okay, well, you start with, well, I know that it's kono, and then how do you say slap but not literally slap? So how do you do the, so you're still, I'm not saying that translators don't interpret, right? I'm not saying translators don't interpret. I'm saying a lot of times you're on a continuum between interpretation and translation. And my encounter as a beginner Japanese person, like as a beginner learner, most of my conflicts of interest between people are that people are hyperly translative. The cluster of people are here, and I'm here, or not too much here, maybe here. I am closer to focusing on the purpose of interpretation. as opposed to translation. Whenever someone shares this, I take it for fact. As in, what I mean is, I welcome people who translates things for me. Where the misunderstanding comes from is when people try to interpret what my goals are. So oftentimes they share with me lots of helpful things. It's super helpful. Like even this whole digression, this entire digression is an expression of interpretation and super helpful. I love this. And you know what? I'm gonna stop translating because I know there will be a stranger or someone who's willing to translate the Japanese for me. So it alleviates time. It saves me time when people translate for me. Saves me time. And what you're getting, in my opinion, if you want to stay here and hear me talk, you're getting an interpretation of everything. So a lot of times a translator would say, okay, I know the right answer, right? I know the right answer. And then a translator looks at me and say, you're in too deep, man. This is too deep. Like too deep. Too deep. Reel it back. I'm not being serious. Well, that's, in my opinion, that's what interpreters do. Interpreters focus. Have I used a training? Yes, every single day. I've used the training part of the kanji. It actually got changed 2 days ago. 3 days ago, actually. Three days ago now. So Duolingo's kanji training portion actually got changed. And I'm still evaluating it. So I write kanji almost exclusively through the kanji training portion of Duolingo. It's one of my favorites. However, it changed 3 days ago. You went back to the Duolingo precisely because of this kanji part? Yeah. So before, the kanji was just writing the kanji over and over again with all the different voice samples, and then the Romaji translation and the meaning in English. Now, 3 days ago, they added more different prompts, and also the kanji sections were segregated. So you go to those specific units to learn those things. Now they've added all the ones that recur, all the kanji parts that recur, and it's cumulative now. So the farther down you go, the more of the kanji pool it brings up. Those are a bit of the differences. So anyways, just to give you an idea. And so the answer is yes, and I love it. I still like the changes. I haven't been able to see how efficacious it is since it's only been 3. For me, they don't appear. I'm still in section 1. Is that it? Yes. They do not appear yet. It appears in the very last section. So section 1 got restructured. Section 1, unit 5 is when the first kanji gets. You get Ich, Ni, San, Tanaka, Yamaguchi, and Nakayama. Those are your first kanji in section 1, unit 5. So it's at the very end of section 1. And then every single section will have at least 1 kanji and 2 or 3 recurring kanji at this point. Hope that helps. So let's talk about the Japanese part, right? We finally reached it. I'm not going to go any more into the difference between translating and interpreting, but let's go into the final digression, which is the Japanese concept. And okay, again, disclaimer, this is just an evening and some like hobby exploration, right? And that is the idea of dekiru, which was introduced here. So dekiru was introduced here. And shiru and wataru. Yeah, wataru. You use Bun Pro and other platforms a lot, but Duolingo seems like a good choice for acquiring vocabulary. I hope so, Sin. I hope so, Zin. And continue to explore other tools as well, for sure. I like Duolingo for vocabulary acquisition. I think the kanji section is going to keep rapidly changing, but the kanji section is definitely a different take. It does like the back and forth and the leaping, and so you go from like English to kanji or English to kana to English, kana to kanji. sound of the kana to the written kanji sound. So they do a lot of that, and then throw in the writing as well. So writing input. So if you have a writing implement, you can also do some of that. It's all of them mixed, and it's entirely cumulative. Also, before I go too far and forget to mention this to you, Zin, I think this is also new, but it's a super thing. It's a super feature. However, you could still use this. So in this, I haven't seen this. Maybe it becomes available later. Zin, it might become available later. I don't know if this is part of the patch, but it's not comprehensive. It's still enough to provide associated memory. But if you go into practice, I don't know if you're on the smartphone, but I'm on the web thing, and you go to words. Yes, you can't do the exercises for the flashcard stuff. However, now there's a section. I haven't seen this section that when I started 45 days ago. However, you can hear the audio, the kana, and or kanji. They usually put up the kanji when it occurs, and have the audio piece, and you can go over recent vocabulary that is introduced in your unit. Yeah, so I don't know if this is new. It wasn't here until 3 days ago. So the day when they swapped up the kanji thing, where they added other used words. So this is what the kanji section looks like. This is probably what you're going to see first. The first unit and the following units will have a bunch of kanji, and then they will tell you what new kanji comes up and what new uses for a repeating kanji. And they'll do a lot of back and forth. And when you click on it, it'll give you all the pronunciation and the stroke order of the kanji as review if you don't want to do an exercise. And you can do it at your leisure as much as you want. It's not really restricted or anything. So that's kind of the new factors. Do I have any idea of how many kanji? Well, in Duolingo, it is said that there are 1,350 kanji. Now, there's no guarantee that all the kanji will end up in this section. This is relatively new, and I've already encountered some kanji that isn't logged in this section. So you may have to manually capture the kanji that isn't logged. So far, almost 90% of it is captured up to where I am. I have not completed section 2 yet. Yeah, so there's at least 1,350. I don't know if that number is flexing up or down or something, but that's the official number. Yeah, so it's pretty good. It's pretty good. It's above average, I would say, when it comes to a product like this. So anyways, hope that helps. Then I look forward to hearing what you think about Duolingo in the future. I'm not a developer for Duolingo, nor am I in contact with any Duo devs. It's just that they have made a lot of changes to this even while I was using it, and those changes are fantastic. So let's go back to the lesson here. The lesson was dekiru and shiru and wataru, right? Yeah. If it helps encourage you, type something, share what you learned today, or tomorrow, or the day after. I would love to hear your thoughts on things you learned from Duo. I probably have some comments about it because it hasn't been too long since I've done section 1. Feel free. You'll typically only hear me be encouraging. I'm more of a encourager person than a person who tells people what they should and should not do. So keep it up. Sounds great. So all right, so overnight in anime, I've often heard the phrase wata da nai. I think it's this, but it might be something else. I'm pretty sure it's anai, but wataranai. And then I heard shite iru a lot, which is actually knowing to do something, actually, because iru is in here too, or coming into being, like it's a te iru form. So let's not go into that nitty gritty thing. But the reason why this is brought up and why I looked into it is that dekiru, okay, now we're going back to what started this all. And hello, Sweat. You just arrived in the interpretation part of my digression. So I'm sure you'll probably have things to say, which is nice. And I think Indy is still here. The Sweat is in the chat now, Indy, in case you're curious of the person I was talking about yesterday. I was having a lot of fun talking to them. So through yesterday's discussion, when dekiru is used in this unit through the duo filter, so when it's placed through the duo filter, it comes up as no, right? And oftentimes duo is considered a translation based approach. We've established that, right? That the feeling is duo use a translation based approach. There are times when duo actually goes one step and interprets it. And this is subtext that is absent. So this interpreted subtext is absent, which means that it doesn't get explained why they would interpret it this way versus translating it this way. And there are other examples. Indy, you and I have already gone through our 3 or 4 hours discussion about aru and iru, right? There are a few areas where Duolingo actually stops translating and went more with interpreting. And that's where it got really fun, because we talked about it for hours, as opposed to just accepting as a fact that, okay, well, there's no translation, or there is a translation, etc., what have you. So dekiru in dual filter, it's about knowing a language. And when I think about it interpretively in terms of English, when you know something, there's a subset of things that you can do as well. When you can do something, it typically infers that you know how to do what you can do. So oftentimes this was an interpretation. And when Duolingo gives the impression that it's a translation-based app, most of the time the comment would be, this is not no, it means can do, right? So it's predicated on the assumption that Duolingo, and I agree, 90% of the time Duolingo is using the translation approach. They're not there to do a form of interpretation. Like a good example, another example would be something like from last unit, I want, or I like, no, I am going to sit a bit, right? This is the translation approach that Duo is almost memed for, as in, oh yeah, that's just a duoism, like I'm going to sit a bit. Usually the interpreter, in my opinion, as a person that would interpret something, I would probably, although it's close to translation, I would say I'm going to sit for a bit. So when you go literal in translation, often it gravitates towards that. But even in this very subtlety, I was looking for the word for. I'm going to sit for a bit. I'm going to rest for a bit. But when you think about how ashita, right? Not ashita. Skoshi. how skoshi is used in that context, yeah, you can definitely go heavy on the translation. It still expresses the same thing when it comes to the interpretation. So I'm okay with that. These are the little stuff. These are little stuff that flies by like, okay, that's fine. But then occasionally, from time to time, I would say 2 or 3 times so far up to this section, things like aru and iru becomes heavily interpreted. And when it becomes heavily interpreted, it triggers the translation red flag, where you say, wait, where's my grammar point? Or that's not what it literally says, right? And it came up yesterday in a very useful way, and that's what triggered this entire digression. So yes, they did say it does mean can do. However, when they translated it, like when you're looking for the right answer, they're looking for an interpretation of it. So you know a language as opposed to you can do a language. And then the translator would say, or a person who focuses on translating would say, well, Japanese people think it's perfectly normal. And like, I assume it's perfectly normal for a Japanese person. As an interpreter, you have to understand Japanese to English and English to Japanese. The goal is that when you take English to Japanese, you accept, like, this is what Japanese people know. Like, you're acquiring Japanese. So the idea is like, oh, this must be normal for them to phrase it in this way. However, when you're doing Japanese to English, you're interpreting the other direction. So when someone says, dekiru, I don't know, like, I'm not as good right now, but say like, Nihongo dekimasu, right? Nihongo ga dekimasu. It would say, I can do Japanese, right? When you're going the other way, a Japanese person would be saying, Nihongo ga dekimasu. It might be something else, or o dekimasu, maybe. Whatever it is, the idea is this person is going to then talk to me, and I'm like, I'm not a Japanese, I don't know enough about the Japanese language, but at least in this case, if I were to take an interpretive approach, it would be, oh yeah, this person knows Japanese. If I'm talking to the English person, like, this person is saying they know Japanese, not they can do Japanese. So it's not negative or positive. It depends on it's which direction you're going. So when that forum, all the subreddits, when someone asks, I don't get it, why when I try to say Japanese and I use dekiru, that other person says, oh, the Japanese person say like, oh, you use this instead of this. They're going from Japanese, English to Japanese. But then when they're asking the subreddit, they're going from Japanese to English. And most of the people who translate stuff goes from English to Japanese a lot of times in terms of their logic. As in, oh yeah, there's no translation for this because I'm a translator. Like, it's implied, I'm a translator for a very long time. There's no translation for this. You just gotta know, stop thinking about it in the context of English. It's like, pretend you're not an English speaker anymore. Just constantly think of it in Japanese terms. That will definitely help you acquire the Japanese mannerisms and interpretation. It does not help an interpreter to pretend like it's not important. The goal of that guy is to learn Japanese. So they're not trying to be an interpreter. For me, most of my life, I'm interested in interpreting because interpretation helps me teach things and explain things. It's not to always say, I'm an English person trying to learn Japanese. In the same simultaneous time when I'm learning something new in Japanese, I'm thinking about how that Japanese person is going to express it in English. Much like everything I've learned in my life is an interpretation, so that summarizes everything. As a teacher, I'm interpreting complex scientific principles and I'm teaching it to people who are uninformed in the language of scientific concepts. When you're trying to explain a valence electron in a compound, Do you start with using the word electrons and valence? You don't. You interpret it so that it can be understood in a different way. Not literally translate, hey, oh, electrons are these subatomic particles, and these subatomic particles. No. So, oftentimes, when someone is providing me advice, I hope to be competent enough to understand it, as opposed to the other way around. But to me, that's an interpreter talking to a translator. A translator will tell you as accurately, precisely, and esoterically as possible. And that is my experience so far. 99% of the time, outside of Sweat, I don't know if Sweat's still here. Yesterday when we were talking about like essences, expression, emotional capture, that's the essence that I'm trying to resonate or express in terms of my goals of learning. My goals of learning is generally from an interpretive perspective, not a translational perspective, where, oh yeah, you just gotta memorize these. You gotta memorize this. This can do. It's like, okay, yes, I understand that. It is what it is closest to. But when I try to teach something, or when I'm trying to educate to myself and I'm interpreting for my parents, it falls short, because interpretation is often all the things I juxtaposed. It's oral, it's limited in time, it requires compassion and competence, and it requires synthesis of large bodies of expression, behaviorism, and then reinterpret it. So oftentimes, Duo doesn't give me this feeling. Duo is legitimately, and I agree with most people, Duo is using one of the most, I would say, utilized, but as well as old, archaic types of learning, which is the bottom-up approach. So you're like building up a kid kind of thing. Bottom-up approach, and it focuses on translation-based methods, as in Duo will give you the impression that it's most appropriate to be literal with your translation, and then it fails exactly when it requires interpretation, because it does not focus on that. It doesn't provide explainers for why why they suddenly shift to interpreting the thing. So Dekiru is being interpreted as knowing a language. It is not being translated as knowing a language. If it was being translated, usually I would agree with most people and say it's about they can do Japanese. And when you can do something, interpret it to an English person, it also means you know how to do the language. So you know the language, and therefore you can speak the language. And can speak is a literal translation for something else in Japanese. There is I was given hanashimasu, right? So there's talk and speak. So yes, there's going to be redundancies in interpretation, and interpretation oftentimes requires an art form, right? It feels more like an art than a science, oftentimes, because interpretation must require the competency in real time with limited time of expressing. And as a content creator or as a live streamer, I am interpreting everything you're reading, like everything I'm reading. So when you're writing out your texts, you're looking up your grammar, you're making sure you don't say anything wrong. I love it when people type too fast and they make errors in their text, because that is the closest thing to interpreting than it is to sit there, formulate your responses, and then type them out to make sure that you're never wrong, right? That's a translational approach. And for me, even now, when I'm using Duolingo, when I read people's messages, I'm interpreting people's messages. So oftentimes that is the distinction between the skill that I'm constantly using versus the skill I'm not using. I am very under-practiced in literal translation. And it feels kind of weird sometimes and rigid in literal translation. What does that mean? It means I suck at Duolingo. Duolingo is fun to me, not because I'm fast at Duolingo. Duolingo forces me to do something that I don't do very often. And then it forces other people to inform me on using a skill I rarely use too often. And I'm learning so much about the way I don't learn anymore by using Duolingo. So the purpose of here is I'm beginning to understand what it's like to be a kid again. And yesterday, someone triggered me again, which happens a lot. Or like trigger, when I mean trigger, I don't mean by angry. It triggered more thoughts. Is the person that said the kiddie pool. And this whole like stereotype about projecting Duo as a kiddie thing, I agree with you. I actually agree with you, but not in a bad or not in a negative or positive sense. This is the time-tested children-proof approach to learning something. And I haven't done this in so long. So whenever someone gives me advice like, oh yeah, this means can do, it's like, oh yeah, got it. I'll have to try to remember that. And then the next day, over time, if I use Dekiru a lot, it will become flexible between how to explain someone that it literally translates to can do versus it's interpreted as no language. Much like Adu and Idu is interpreted as have if they have lots of contextual clues that talk about possession. Not the literal possession of Adu and Idu. Adu and Idu does not express possession, but it can infer to have possession to an English person when you have contextual clues that reinforces the idea that it exists in someone's possession or in something that it's belonging to that someone. So I think there might be 3 or 4 other places where Duolingo kind of went a little loose and ran rogue with their translation and went to interpretation. Oh, like the idea of prepositional phrases as forms of time. So like, for example, on Saturday, I often swim versus I often swim on Saturdays. Now this is the other way around. So oftentimes, I would say from an English perspective, going to Japanese, that is going to be a little bit tough. And then from Japanese going to English, I don't know enough. So I can't even say interpretively how on Saturday, because the structure is the same. So like what I mean is I'm inferring that if the sentence is structured this way, it can be interpreted 2 different ways in English. So for Japanese people, that might be the way, that one way to express that. In English, when I see it, I have to interpret to that person, wait a minute, okay, so if that Japanese person talked about how they have lack of time and they're making sure to make time for something, okay, I'm going to tell this person that they're saying on Saturday, they often make time to swim. That is an interpretation because there's a hyper focus or hyper exposure to time. So to express and interpret the feelings of what the Japanese person is doing that is nuanced in English is that on Saturday comes first. It becomes very important. It is elevated so that the rest occurs on Saturday. Things like that. And it might not be accurate, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to be as accurate as possible, much like translation. But interpretation is just that. It's often less precise because it deals with compassionism and other things. And that's kind of the whole yesterday's remark. So what can I say about this, the Japanese part? Sorry, now we're going back to the climax where I started, the Japanese part. So overnight, I did a little cursory look. So I love some nuances that I want to point out about dekiru. So dekiru, when in the context of a thing, yeah, you're talking about if you're able to do it. It's great. It's awesome. It's a very useful phrase, and I've actually seen it a bunch of times from strangers that share the thing, dekiru, because I remember that weird, like, this kanji. I don't know how to draw this kanji yet, or like write this kanji yet, but it kind of looks like this. It kind of looks like this kanji. So I know people have used dekiru a couple times already. So, and they used it in different contexts, but it's about being able to do something, right? But a lot of times that expression is also mean, do you know this already? Or have you done this already? As in inferring that you've known this already or have experienced it already. So that's the interpretation. And then I already know shiteiru because of anime and stuff. And shiru is to know, as in to more so learn something. It's the word that I would use often or would like to use, not introduced in Duo yet, but it's about the openness of acquiring a new information, the essence of it, as well as to know something. So when you say shite, like if someone tells you something and I would use shiteiru, I already know it, or I'm in the process of, I currently in the state of knowing what you said. It's acknowledging that, thank you for your advice. The essence is, thank you for your advice, and I also know it. Isn't that great? Isn't that nice? Ski desu ne, right? And then wataru is about the state of, I already know this. Stop being pedantic when you say it in like the present tense. So it can come off as a little bit rude, like, okay, stop telling me what I already know. The essence, right? Stop telling me what I already know. However, when you flip it, when you're negating this feeling, it's the opposite. So when you say wataranai, like wataranai, you're saying, oh wait, I don't understand that. Sorry, like maybe you can welcome the person, like, can you further explain it, like to elaborate? And I would use wataranai as a way to express, oh, can you elaborate? Because I'm a little confused. I don't understand. Like maybe you can explain it more to me, right? And then if you say shiranai, you're actually saying, I'm not open to learning anything new, bugger off. Because I'm not open-minded right now. So I'm not ready to receive any new information. And that can come off as rude, right? And you hear it. I heard shiranai a bunch of times in anime. And that's usually in an aggressive form, right? And then wataranai comes up too. So when we're talking about interpretive things, yes, this would be interpreting it. Do I know the literal translation when they're used in a sentence? I don't know yet. I actually have no idea. Since they weren't introduced in Duo, I'm trusting Duo to attempt to literally translate it for me. But for me, I already know the emotions and the interpretive contextual use of these words. I've heard these before in a context. And when I heard someone, when the first time I heard dekiru or dekimasu in terms of the language, I think it was use sweat. Maybe the other person said like, oh yeah, it means can do. And I'm like, I understand, it does. That's what, it might have been Turnus. That it's in Duo. It does say multiple things in Duo. However, yes, they're making a loose interpretation of knowing a language. That's pretty cool. These are the nuances that I want to talk about all the time, because now I remember dekiru with the association of shiru and wataru. So, or it might be wataru. I'll have to think about that for a moment. And much like aru, arimasu, when they brought it up, arimasu, and Indy talked about iru, well, in this case, it was introduced in this unit. Imasu. Imasu was introduced in this unit because of family members. So coincidentally, this ties back to all the other ones. I love that we get to discuss about these things. And it's not necessarily due to the failings of Duo. I think Duo's design has particular consistencies and visions that they have, and occasionally whenever they loose out of that consistency, in this case overstepping no by interpretively and using have as an interpretation of aru, it's fine. And then obviously there are a lot more other things on shiru and wataru that I won't go into, but it's super cool, and I hope we get to explore shiru and wataru when it comes up. I also feel that a lot of people end up learning a lot about the language, but not necessarily internalizing the language. Yeah, they may be able to come up with a sentence or know the meaning, but they need to decompose the sentence and analyze the grammar, etc. Yeah, it's both. The answer is both, but oftentimes we're not looking at it in black and white. But yes, that would be the rebuttal, the counterpoint. But I'm not presenting the counterpoint at the moment because the counterpoint is overrepresented. The language needs to be internalized and happen automatically to be effective. I would imagine this transitions would be difficult without an approach that had some point focus on internalizing the language. Yes. And to me, using an interpretive approach is putting forth internalizing the language, not working on the mechanics of the language. The reason why I'm saying this type of thing is not because I'm ignorant of the other perspective or the counter perspective. It's overrepresented to me. My experience and my digression for all of this is in contrast to it. So Sweat, our discussions yesterday, as well as other discussions, all culminated in synthesizing and internalizing what is happening there. As in, I'm revealing or articulating my expressions and my motivations on how I'm interpreting information, taking in, and what my goals are expressing out. Because oftentimes, many of the first questions are, what are my goals? Well, my goals are to internalize. However, that's not the same, and I want to qualify, internalizing is bi-directional. For me, the feeling of internalizing is bi-directional or even multi-directional. I do not believe, in my opinion, that you truly internalize a language when you cannot bridge bi-directionality or multi-directionality. That includes going from Japanese to English, and then English back to Japanese. So when I truly internalize something is when I can see what things don't do and what they do, not to reject what they don't do and embrace what they do. That's not internalizing a language to me. And what is overrepresented is often focusing on what one doesn't do versus embracing what one does do. So to contrast, I'm not trying to infer this is what you're saying. However, when you internalize something, the route to internalizing Japanese for me is not embracing everything that Japanese does in isolation. It's all of the above. To internalize a language is to understand its juxtaposition to your current language, because that is part of you. So if you reject what you internalized previously, personally, I feel that's a dissonance. So you know what English do and English don'ts, and you also know what Japanese do and Japanese don'ts. That whole idea of Japanese does this and English don't do what Japanese does, right? That's half the picture. This is the major viewpoint that I'm exposed to. Japanese does this because I'm learning to quote unquote internalize Japanese. So you remove your native language. To understand Japanese, you must internalize Japanese, live in it, become it, right? And oftentimes this becomes a bias to tell you what English doesn't do for Japanese. And that's perfectly reasonable. That can probably accelerate your way to internalizing the language. I agree. So when you immerse in a language, you're not focused on what it doesn't do or doesn't get captured by English. Meanwhile, it also means that you don't know what English can do for Japanese and what Japanese don't do in isolation. So for me, as I'm learning, the answer is both. So while you have a counterpoint to my obviously bias bent, since you popped in the middle, right? My answer is both. Ultimately, when I feel like I've internalized a language, I understand what Japanese does and do and don't do, and I understand what English do and don't do with relation to each other, or any of the languages I have. That is when you internalize, in my opinion, because I don't live in a one language compartmentalization life. Like, I really don't. It's so difficult for me to get through one day internalizing one language. It doesn't happen. And every time I get on Duolingo and every time I'm watching YouTube, I do not see myself sitting in one language. I see myself sitting in all the languages I've acquired to this point. That is the true internalization status for my mindset. So when people tell me what English don't do, then I will probably tell them what it does do or could do. And if they say Japanese don't do this, I will try to see what Japanese could do in that regards. That is the true essence of understanding something, in my opinion. Is it an achievable, realistic goal that it can be acquired efficiently? The answer is no. Very no. While things like translation and interpretation requires nuance of different skills. Much like most skills, they are incredibly tough to master, let alone co-master both of them, right? Go around and ask if someone is an expert translator and have them evaluate if they're an expert interpreter, and back and forth. For me, my goal is to strive to be motivated by unattainable goals. That's personally, unattainable goals. It doesn't make me feel bad that they're unattainable. I tend to strive for it. So if someone asks me to internalize a language, I probably don't even resonate with them. Like, I probably don't resonate because the person is probably talking about, oh, to internalize a language, you must live in the language and never think about a different language. For me, it's the opposite. To internalize a language, you know the ins and outs of a language while simultaneously also ins and outs of another language. And you know how to compare them, relate them, know where the loss of translation is, know where the translations are possible, and know where you could interpret back and forth. That is a true internalizing. I don't compartmentalize my language. It's a different type of perspective. I'm going to be much, much slower than someone who wants to compartmentalize and internalize in isolation. Perfectly fine. I don't think that is necessarily the argument that you shouldn't bring in your negative language, okay, but rather that you need massive exposure to get things like the sound system. I'm not arguing for a point. I'm sharing my goal. In the beginning, you would struggle with even perceiving the sound. You would need be too exposed. Yeah, the answer is both. I'm not arguing any points. Then you finish before that you are done. That you finish a sentence before they are done in your head. That's fine. Do both. Do all of them. So if you have more counterpoints, I agree with you. Probably. Because I feel like we have the same resonance when it comes to being inclusive as opposed to being exclusive. So oftentimes you're constantly challenging my inclusion, and I say both. I agree with you. You will probably begin with struggling in perceiving the sound if you're not exposed to it. dropping English doesn't necessarily lead to a lower exposure for a beginner. Sometimes embracing English allows one to gain more exposure to Japanese because of behavioralism. So while we're being inclusive, we can think of all the hypothetical situations in which one has a myriad of approaches in order to internalize a language. And I'm sure we can go back and forth for like 3 or 4 hours to find all the different pre-selection conditions and various, exceptions and whatnot when it comes to how to acquire or internalize a language. So I agree with you. I think that's a very valid point, that some things require massive exposure to get things like sound effects. So if you want to internalize a language, if interference from a native language or not interference from a native language, you have to determine that for yourself and then use that to increase the exposure to a language in order to get used to the sound system. And one of the sound systems that we were talking about yesterday, right, was the the and the and I've increased my frequency, of the exposure to the and the and I can wholeheartedly and confidently tell you that I will probably embrace my Englishisms and find out where I would do the and I might be able to at least express and internalize why that is the case, right? And then perhaps one day I can go back and forth consciously between the two. I do say Australia, not Australia, okay? And I do say America and not America sometimes. However, when I say America, that is Japanese. And I'm more comfortable in saying America than America, like America. So I won't say America, I will say America. So things like that. It came up yesterday and it's brilliant. I love it. I didn't even notice it. So when you internalize something, sometimes you don't even notice it anymore. And that's pretty sweet, right? And you get this because English is relevant here to Japanese. You don't get it if you ignore that English doesn't exist. So when someone says and we wouldn't have a discussion about it. It would be, you should say this sounds normal. You can't learn anything else but this. So because of that, you lose more competency, in my opinion. You give up competency in the language you used before. Instead, it's an enriching point now. I understand more about Japanese because someone noticed that I use and So my appreciation and internalization of Japanese went up. So when I'm saying things like I still can't say Australia in Japanese very well. So otoreria otoreria, right? Otoreria. I'm being more open now with So So it's not necessarily because I focused on one sound. Now because of English having and I can internalize what a closed and an open is, and it allows me to internalize the Japanese language more. So perhaps not. Just an interesting counterpoint, and that inspired me for this as well. Not just dekiru, shiru, and wataru, but the and thing was really cool too. It allows me a lot of fun things I can do. And yesterday I was messing around, right? Like saying like ane versus ane. ane. And it might be taken, all this experience will also move forward into Mandarin, into Spanish, and so on and so forth. It's pretty sweet, in my opinion. If it doesn't help you to do this, then don't do it. These are expressions of my own opinions and things that help me internalize language. I'm not prescribing life hacks, right? I'm not prescribing life hacks. I'm not prescribing that you should or should not do things. This is a digression that I'm anecdotally trying to express of my own. So I probably agree with whatever your approaches are, naturally, because they are your approaches. I would like to emphasize sound, knowing the sounds early on. It is, in my opinion, like a force multiplier. Interesting. Every time you hear something, you would map it to the sounds you have internalized, making the words significantly easier to remember. Agreed. Personally, I did internalize the sound in the beginning by just listening a lot of Japanese. So did I, for sure. And when I went back to looking at new words, I felt like I could remember them easier. I love that. And I want to add to it. So when I'm using Duolingo, I'm always speaking. Even to this day, I'm always speaking. I'm always writing. I'm also using imagery techniques in my head. I'm also producing sentimentalism by having discussions. Because I stream, right? Because I stream. And all this is within me. And now I have outside sources, which are people like you, Sweat, right? People like you. So they are also adding to all of this. So there are many, when it comes to remembering, if you're talking about remembering, I agree with your speech. I would like to add writing to it, imagery, sentimentalism through streaming. So I choose to stream myself using Duolingo to learn something. And Duolingo is using a memory technique that I don't typically use, and then most people are introducing information about the techniques that I typically use to reinforce those techniques, and then having discussions about it is only made possible interpersonally. So what is my current retention of Japanese vocabulary? It's incredibly high, and it's attached to those things. Even usage rules are incredibly high retention. What does this mean though? It also means on the surface, it may look slow. So when someone teases apart and hyper focuses on one of these components, right? Like if you're hyper focused on reading comprehension, which is a place that a lot of strangers would say, oh yeah, I need to remember these words, I need to be able to see it and stuff, like, well, I'm juggling all these things. So ultimately, if you hyper focus on one goal, I'm obviously distributing my time in many things. Is it more efficient or less efficient? We'll find out. We'll find out in the long run. So right now at day 45, you take all the statistics around, I don't know who else, but I am ahead of the curve right now. Even though I feel like I've slowed down substantially because I'm not relying on speech, or I'm not relying on the stuff that I am typically doing. I tend to rely on novel things, and this is part of the learning process and not part of learning Japanese. So I'm exploring all the things I can do with learning Japanese. I'm not exploring all the things I can learn about Japanese. And my expression here and talking about the difference between translation, the motivations between taking a perspective on translation versus a perspective on interpretation is largely how I kind of granulate my emotions, and my motivations. So I'm doing all of these things. And ultimately, if you focus on something that I'm not focusing on, which is all of this, then it would be slower. Objectively, in every possible way, if you are doing more tasks than what someone values, then ultimately it's less efficient, it's less valuable, and there will be a conflict of interest. So what you reveal to me, and I am really gracious, you reveal to me your priorities, which is often on sound and early on, and it acts as a force multiplier. And then I'm not suggesting you don't do any of these. I'm suggesting you have different priorities. My priority is still speech though, and listening. I actually am with you there. My crutch, the ones that I follow after, is writing and construction. Construction is what I would use the last phrase, which is usually creative process. So for example, like creating sentences, the thing that we strive to, some people strive as fluency, construction, right? I don't particularly think fluency is exclusive to construction. However, some people simplify it to the idea that when you're fluent, you can construct and create. For me, it's all of them. They're building blocks to each other, and they're integral to each other. So one can be incredibly, I've heard this a bunch of times where people compartmentalize their values and project their values, where like, oh yeah, I know a lot of people who are incredibly well read, but they can't speak at all. I'm like, well, both. The answer is both. Like, internalizing a language is both. So when you overvalue something, yeah, certainly you're going to diminish the achievements of someone else. I probably can still read English in a more detailed, comprehensive way than I can speak at the moment, right? However, it's both. It's a culmination of all that stuff. When someone comes in and projects a specific priority, I must respect that I can speak to them in that way. So when someone tells me, oh yeah, you're not constructing sentences, you must be underdeveloped. Agreed. I haven't been doing it yet. So therefore, it is underdeveloped. And then they would do the thing where they brush aside things like, oh, this is the most important, so you should be doing this. I'm like, then you're crossing the line. You are still crossing the line. So the idea between expressing what you feel is important versus gaslighting someone to telling them that is the most important thing to them are two different things. And that's often dealing with my digression regarding the indicative versus the subjunctive. I feel that in my ideal environment, I aim to achieve a state in which is more reflective of the interpretive approach of learning language. I'm not telling you that it is the ideal approach to learning. At least I hope I didn't give anyone the impression that whatever I said was, this is what you should do. I'm not selling life hacks, again. However, most people, when they express their thing in English, they use the indicative approach. This is more effective. This is more important. That kind of thing. And I read it as they're probably expressing their opinion, hopefully. At least I hope. And when I do that, usually some people slap me in the face and say, well, experts say this, not me. But because experts say it, I believe it. Right? That's the line of thought that happens more often. And for me, it's far more interesting when someone is using, I wrote subjective, but I meant to refer to the subjunctive. When you are expressing your opinions, what worked for you, what you feel is most important, that's incredibly informative, and I don't have to infer it anywhere.
And that's why I feel that we resonate. Immediately resonate yesterday, Sweat. You think sound is really important since sound is the essence of what a language fundamentally is? Okay. Whether you are reading or writing, you still have an inner voice. Fair enough. You should still focus on all the other stuff though. I agree with you. I would also say the other way is true too. So multi-directional. If I could add to your thing, this is me being a little bit more inclusive, maybe relatively speaking. So when you say you have an inner voice, you also have an inner vision, and you also have an inner logic. So when you see something, you'll have an inner voice. When you hear something, you'll have an inner vision. When you hear something, you'll also have an inner logic. So all of these are present simultaneously. Not that one, sometimes this might come first if you're focused on that. This might come first if you're focused on that. This might come first if you focus on that. So, and especially this is more of an asterisk. Inner logic comes when you're older, oftentimes. But you don't need vision to know a language. Okay, so inner, right here, this is figurative. So you don't literally need a voice to know language as well. Or you don't need to hear to know language. So what are you saying? Yeah, but you would need to imagine how it sounds like you wouldn't. To speak, yes, you would need you would need to hear. It's playing like blind versus deaf, I suppose. So if you're using black and white cases, then blind versus deaf. I mean, I think Indy has a comment on signs of affection. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah. Yeah. So it's all the above, Sweat. It's all the above. I don't want anyone to be blind or deaf. So let's lighten the mood a little, Sweat. I think we're going a little like too extreme where like if you cut off someone's limb, if you cut off someone's arm, do they need the arm to perceive moving an arm, right? That kind of thing. We're going into philosophy now a lot, but I wish for everyone who's born to not be blind or deaf. So let's go back to the idea that it's nice that we have all of these things, and I love it that you have a priority that you know works incredibly for you. Here's one that I like sometimes when I use the other way around, right? For example, and the beginning was thinking more in the line that language exists before written language. Oh, that's a great point. That's a great point. Language exists as sounds, right? Before written. I get what you mean. Fair enough. Yeah. Before written language. Yeah. I agree with you. This is a fact. I feel this is a fact. However, sound didn't exist before vision. At least I don't think. I feel like both vision and sound is debatable which came first. Right? So like pictures or like colors. Colors like make you feel things before there were written languages to express it, right? And I have let's step back even further and just say the whole essence of a human being, right, came before all of this. Before there was language or any form of communication, there was the whole human being. So the senses came about. So the question is now we're asking, which senses came first? Written language came out of spoken language? True. True. I agree with that. Probably. But now we're talking about written languages. But the thing we were talking about was inner voice. Inner voice versus inner vision. When you hear something, you also see something. Like for those who aren't deaf or blind, right? So when a human is born, you both see and hear things. Unless you want to go into the development cycle of a fetus, I don't know enough about fetal development to know if a fetus hears before they see, or they see before they hear. That's not in the, I suppose that's not in the scope of language. But if we're thinking about the scope of language, yeah, I would say it's probably likely that spoken language came before written language, as in written language with abstraction, system, and rules. Is it the same as someone saying, is it the same as someone smiling and not saying anything? Did smiling come before speaking? Did seeing someone who looks like you communicate we're like each other before spoken language was? Well, I can tell you a lot of animals would see each other and they can see each other that they're different, and they have no form of spoken language that's communicated between them. So you can make a lot of arguments where sound is great, so is vision. Not you're comparing sound, which is the element of hearing, to written language, which is something constructed with inner logic. So the last phase, in my opinion, writing systems require inner logic. Fundamentally, written language was created to represent the spoken language. I understand. Yes, I agree. Leading me to think that spoken language will immensely help with learning. That's a fair point. That's a very fair point. So if you learn the sounds, I agree with you. Actually, that's probably what I would say empirically, Sweat. I lean towards that too. Sound comes, for me, speech and sound comes before writing. When I was younger, writing came before speech. And this is after the writing system already exists. So I wrote before I could hear and have an inner voice. So I saw things before hearing what they sound like as a kid. Now it's this way because I focus on sound and speech now. So Duolingo is doing exactly the opposite. Duolingo is using child development, in my opinion, like old school child development way, where if they focus on sight, like reading and stuff, and focus less on sounds, it goes this way. So yes, I like this way far more. As an adult, I like this way far more. I was taught this way first. And Am I a child anymore? I don't know. Like, you can only be a child once. So it's funny you say those perspectives, and I do find that the younger you get, especially younger like middle school kids, their writing skills far exceed their speech skills and sound recognition first. And it might be due to the established formal education, like the structure of formal education. Remember, we're not talking about the origins anymore, like whether speech was designed for written or written is designed for speech. Now they both exist when someone is born into the system. So when someone's born into the system, they either pick up writing or speech first. And oftentimes formal education has an enrichment for writing as a kid before speech. So I wrote a lot of things that I didn't know what it sounds like as a kid, especially when I had 2 languages before. And then, just so you know, Fujonese is entirely speech oriented. So I never developed writing. Writing didn't even came by yet. So I know for a fact that yes, you can acquire the essence of a language without necessarily ever writing. However, in English, my writing came about and it influenced my speech. So because of all the writing, the scientific writing, and all the nuances of specialized English, which involves interpretation between sub-English, my speech benefited from that. How I'm speaking now as a content creator, or I guess I will label myself as a content creator, as someone who have just spent over 2 hours formulating a idea that I only spent 3 hours thinking about yesterday, reading for 3 hours, and how to depict all these things and organize the thoughts. I write before I speak. Nowadays, though, I have chosen to learn most things auditorily. So I have shifted from a more auditory form of learning. So now, when I'm learning Japanese on Duolingo, it's written, literally written most of the time. However, I spend time speaking the stuff to myself and talk to myself and discuss with myself. And then when Duolingo shuts off, I'm listening. I'm listening most of the time. I watch YouTube videos about listening and whatnot. So the answer to that, again, from my perspective, is both. I try to do them simultaneously. They are interlocked. So to maximize and slow down my efficiency, I guess, in speech or writing, I do both. I feel we share a lot of opinions on this. Yes, we probably do, because I think you prioritize very specific things that you maybe advise a lot of people and help a lot of people, hopefully. I feel like you have a very a passion for the learning process, like how you approach learning, right? And maybe it's confined to language, I suppose, because oftentimes you're very specific about saying written language and spoken language. The stuff that I'm talking about doesn't necessarily mean I'm trying to restrict what I'm saying to writing and speaking a language. However, I'm more talking about even a broader sense of acquiring skills. And acquiring skills don't necessarily have... It has a lot of overlaps with writing and speaking. But then we get into forming habits. And forming habits don't necessarily be bound by written language or speaking language. How do you get someone to learn a habit or condition a habit? How do you get someone to ride a bike? Do you speak to them on how to ride a bike? Do you write to them about how to ride a bike? Or do you demonstrate how to ride a bike? Right? Like, there are a lot of other elements, and I'm bringing them to language learning. And I'm not a language learner. So I'm not a professional language learner. I'm not someone who has many years of experience of learning a language. I have anecdotal experiences that would suggest that I can speak something and have no comprehension of writing, and another instance in which I have far more comprehension in writing than in speaking, in speaking or sounding. Much like when going back to the and the ah in America, right? America, that kind of thing. So I imagine your hearing is incredibly much more well developed than mine, absolutely. But my question is, how is your English writing? There's a forethought. I think your English is pretty excellent when it's written, because it's quite nice to read your English. I'm not entirely sure if it demonstrates the nuance of written English, though, in my opinion. So much like you, my speech acuity and my hearing acuity is probably not that great. Not to your standards, probably. I probably have sacrificed that. You passed with flying colors in high school. Other than that, I do little English nowadays. That's fair. That's fair. What do you usually do? What do you usually use in your environment? I use 2 languages in my environment. When I'm on here, it's English. If I had to be super specific, my writing English is different from my speaking English. Norwegian? Fair enough. Like here, let me read. I want to read something that I write. And I'll let you know if this impacts how. Let me read something, right? For example, my typical writing language is very different from my speaking language, only because I don't use it very often. For example, oh, these are kind of out of context though. I would need to write something. We'll get to that. We'll get to that. No, I don't have anything that I could say without needing context, and it would take quite some time. We'll probably get to it when I learn. When I start reading books, I'll start transcribing things, right? Learn to transcribe things and kind of translate things, but interpret things. So perhaps that will become more evident in the future, I suppose. But my writing English is far more developed than my English speech still to this day, even though I spend quite a lot more time, like literal time, developing communication skills in English. Interesting concept. I think I agree with you for Japanese. Or like right now, I focus far more on sounds and speech. It's actually kind of very refreshing to use that approach for the first time in my life. This is the first time that speech came for, like, focus on sound and speech came first, which is voluntary. The first time I learned a language post adolescence was Spanish. And Spanish, while there was a lot of emphasis on sounds and speech, a lot of the majority proficiency and competency came from writing. Whether that's more efficient or not, or more important or not, it's the order that has been used in the past. So this has already been used. And naturally, my speech was underdeveloped compared to my reading comprehension. So perhaps it doesn't translate as much. Who knows? I will find maybe in the future to see if I entirely focus on sound and pronunciation, would that lead to increased comprehension of another language? So we could switch it up. It to a entirely isolated language and see if I'm oh that's such an interesting social experiment on myself. Possibly. My wheels are cranking. I'm thinking about it. I'm visualizing it in my head. I'm visualizing how that workflow looks like. Yeah. Yeah, I'm visualizing like what the steps are. The steps I would take in like a diagrammic form. So like, laundry list. If it happens this way, laundry list. If it happens this way, laundry list. Right? This is what I see in my head. So I don't know if this is how you see it in your head. Oftentimes when I see a puzzle, I don't necessarily have to hear a puzzle to solve the puzzle. Sometimes. Okay. That was 2 hours. I love the share. Sweat. Love the share. I think my perspective is all the above. You make some very valid points. Are you thinking on learning a language entirely through sound? I might. That might be interesting. Or maybe like to a limited extent or something. I haven't ever done that. I haven't ever isolated anything. So my approach to learning has largely been all of the above. I haven't done it from a specialized point of view. Just to test some running theories. I know Pimsleur. Oh yeah, Pimsleur, yeah. Did something like that. They had these audio CDs. Okay, we'll save that for now. I have a lot of plans already in motion. However, that's really interesting. Because it's already too late. It's already too late for Japanese. It's already too late for Mandarin. It's already too late for Spanish. The 3 languages I have planned in that order. It's already too late for that. Because I already had a lot of ear training going into Japanese. Mandarin, ear training, and a related language. And then Spanish, I was taught written before speech, so it's very difficult. But maybe finding a little bit more of an extreme case and trying to learn all of it from audio would be very interesting experiment. Have you done it before? What? Where you exclusively did something. And I'm talking about exclusive. For me, it's a pretty much a little bit of everything. Like, or I don't technically prioritize something. I let it happen, I suppose. Whatever becomes natural. So for Japanese, whatever I'm doing now just happened to enrich for sounds, for speech first. So I'm usually talking about process-oriented stuff. And when you're thinking about prioritizing sound as to versus written, you're talking about the overall endpoints, like which way is more effective in the long run. Which way is more effective over a prolonged period of time. Most of the time I fill it out. I fill out the thing by doing as much as I can and then grooming all the above. So bottom up, I guess. Bottom up approach to learning. As opposed to top down. In the beginning, I combined reading and listening. Okay, I took a fairy tale where I didn't even distinguish the words when listening. Then I listened to the same story over and over again while reading at native speed until I can hear it more clearly. Yeah. Yep. I I can understand that approach. What was my Japanese thing? My Japanese, before starting Duolingo, my Japanese was I captured the feelings. I feel Japanese through sound, through listening. Like listening the audio, like the sound patterns in order to capture the feeling. So oftentimes I would watch anime, but not know what the words are per se. I don't actually literally know, right? Be able to translate, but I know what's happening in the show. And oftentimes when a show is in a scene, I would be doing something else. I would be reading something else, but knowing what's happening from the sound. And that's before I started using Duolingo. So oftentimes I tell people I have a lot of ear training. Now what Duolingo doesn't do is it doesn't train the ear, because they use synthetic voices and out of context synthetic voices for that matter. So they remove what I have had as an advantage. And the only way I can integrate this so-called advantage is relying on me speaking it out loud and feeling it out. So in a way, the closest thing I could say in terms of the whole like listening first is that anime, my attention to anime speech patterns and sounds are what I'm using to bring to Duolingo, even though Duolingo does not take advantage of that. It does not. It usually deals with reading exclusively. It doesn't encourage anyone to speak. There is something that takes mic inputs though, however, but that's the case. And because of that, I haven't ever learned written comprehension. So there are no written comprehension. One problem I could see is that the mind just filters out the sound if you are not actively participating. That's why I choose to read along. I agree with you. I didn't say I didn't do that. Sweat. You jumped to the conclusion that when I said when I know what is going on, I do this. So instead of hyper-focusing on the context, the axiom is I already know what is going on. So I'm no longer actively. This is passive participation. In the beginning, active participation requires creating this acuity. So I agree with you. It's not a problem because in this state, you know what's going on. You are already competent in it. So that's not the problem of this state. It's the problem if you're not competent in it. So I absolutely agree with you, the difference between active participation and passive participation. That's a great point. It's also another digression. I talked about this in the context of video games, problem solving, critical thinking across maybe 5 or 10 videos already about the difference between intended active participation versus passive participation. I absolutely agree with you. Excellent point. However, the point that you're talking about is the problem of this, which I deliberately and conditionally said when one knows what's happening, then that enabled me to read something else while listening to something else. Not the same idea of developing a filter when you can't comprehend it, right? So that's fair. And it's not great either. It's passive. This is the whole passive thing, passive versus active thing. Generally speaking, the active participation is necessary for truly learning things in general. And I agree with you in that sense for language or sounds or anything. Actually, I would say I am the poster child to encouraging people to actively do most things. Much like I'm actively, with intention, being involved in this discussion. Not prepping and being actively involved in something tends to produce very messy and possibly misleading memories. So sometimes when you get an impression versus understanding what you remembered. So you get an impression of what you remember through passive learning, but you get an understanding of what you're learning through active participation. Excellent. I think we'll leave it off on that. And maybe revisit that along the way. Also, oh, wait. One last point. I got one last point about the reading along thing. And this deals with a lot of people's hobbies about Japanese subtitles. So when someone says, I watch anime in Japanese with English subtitles, right? I'm like, yeah, that makes sense, pragmatically speaking. This is kind of closer to passive learning because you're listening to something you don't comprehend while reading something you do comprehend, which is active. So you're actively learning more English as opposed to associating. But, there's some merit to passive learning. However, you could listen to anime in Japanese and also have Japanese subtitles, right? Japanese with Japanese subtitles. That can reinforce active learning where they both are concordant with each other. And do I do this? I actually do this. I watch English things with English subtitles all the time because English subtitles deal with writing comprehension. Now you might be thinking, okay, well, it's still sound versus writing, right? I also watch silent films and silent shows. And now you're focusing on vision. And you can add vision with caption. So have you ever read a screenplay, there are ways to see written screenplay while having a silent film. So there are plenty of other ways, and I absolutely agree with you. Active participation. So I would even argue to elaborate, when someone watch anime in Japanese and they're reading English subtitle, that's more passive than it is active participation in acquiring the language. So sometimes I watch anime in Japanese with Japanese subtitles. Actually, sometimes I watch I'm gonna get roasted for this. I watch English dubs of multicultural things like anime or video games, and I also watch it I read it in that language. So ask yourself if you're still watching Norwegian shows and reading Norwegian language being written. And then ask yourself, are you watching silent Norwegian content versus other silent Norwegian content? And see how the face, the nonverbal communication is different. Because body language is also part of the acting experience. Body language, facial expressions, movements. Like, for example, does anyone know what I'm doing right now? Because this is an obvious motion if you've watched anything from Bollywood. Do you notice this? Do you notice my head tilt every time I'm confirming something? When you're watching someone give a speech in your native language, are you seeing their body language? Do you see how their hands are moving? Their eyes are shifting. That is vision language. And when someone tells me, when I hear a sound, I'm also picturing the mouth. I'm also picturing someone's motion. So it's far more dynamic than that. While someone does focus on sound, for sure. If I see the word, I don't know, in what's a good word, like an onomatopoeia. What are you seeing when you see an onomatopoeia written? And then if you see a ball drop and it's silent, what kind of sound does it make? And if you have a subtitle with a caption, what would it say? Would it say bang, thwack, zoom, boom? What are comic books? What do comic books do for onomatopoeia? Things like that. Totally agree. There are many, many dimensions of language. Another like throw out to the people, computer language. Programming language. Ooh-wee. What you see a program do? Like what a program does on your screen? Program does on your screen? Versus what the program language is and how it's written. That's also really fantastic. So, when I think of a programming language, right? I visualize what I need it to do. So like, I'm picturing a ball rolling across from left to right. And then I deconstruct it and then write it out, right? So there are other dimensions of just visualizing. At the same time, can you speak the programming language? You can kind of. You can kind of speak the programming language. So lots of other different takes. Not enough time to cover all of it. And definitely, Sweat, feel free to throw in like funny observations and stuff. I absolutely love when people say like, did you find it interesting that this happens when you do this? Do you do this or do I do this? That's kind of that's so much fun. It will mean that I will learn nothing from Duo because I would be talking about it for days. That's what I'm here for. So I really appreciate your candor, Sweat. I want to emphasize that I really appreciate your candor. I absolutely love this. If it's not so visible on my face, right? Like say you have your audio turned off. If it's not visible, I hope I look visibly happy. A lot of times when I was a kid, I had visual problems too. So my nonverbal communication is not concordant with my speech. So my speech gives off one impression. My visuals give off a different impression. And that's oftentimes in the field of psychology where you have kids that are dissonant with their expression. So they would say, I am happy. Meanwhile, when you look at their face, it doesn't appear like they're communicating visually if they're happy. So oftentimes people would tell me like, why are you so upset? I'm like, no, I'm just thinking. Nonverbal communication. Nonverbal communication would be the essence of communicating without a written language, right? So when someone's smiling, you would like to know that that means they're happy. However, if you don't have command of visual language, which is your nonverbal communication, and then you use a frowny face and say, I'm having the best time of my life, that is confusing. So I don't know what it's like when someone says I'm hurt. Like what is the visual communication of I'm hurt? Some people would say would be dying inside, and they would be standing stoic, right? So you wouldn't be able to tell if they're hurt because they don't want to express that they're hurt. So it's kind of like the weirdest thing about the cultural differences in their nonverbal communication. Pretty cool. Pretty cool. And what is Rust, by the way? What do you mean by Rust? I'm not actually familiar with Rust if you're saying that in the context of computing language. And I think that's a good place to end for the digression. I love the extra contribution. I don't know if Indy is still here, but usually these bits go for 2 to 3 hours. If someone talks, it goes to 3 hours. Usually I only prep for 2 hours of things. Rust is a programming language, memory safe and no garbage collector. Interesting. My only experience right now that I've done related to education and something I did professionally, I suppose, or semi-professionally. Python is the first one. I since delved into a little bit of R, which is very specialized, and MATLAB, right? Very specific use cases. And then because of some other people, I wanted to learn with them. So some C++. I don't know if I'm ever going to pursue JavaScript. But that's my background. I would love to go into like other modules, like gaming modules, things like the stuff that are all the rage right now. But these are the language exposures, so to speak. One friend of mine tried to explain to me how Perl worked, right? Perl. I don't like MATLAB. But it was an extra thing to learn. I don't like MATLAB. But Perl was the other one. Someone tried to explain to me in Perl, and that's what led me to pursuing Python. Because I resonate more with Python than I resonated with Perl. So those are my things. Learn different languages. Hey, Cozy. Okay, so before I hop into lessons, I'm going to take a bathroom break. This is how I end my digressions. Listening. You're awesome. I'll be right back. Oh, you're early today? It's getting close to. Are you a little over midnight? Right? You're a little bit over midnight right now. Oh, by the way, Swede is Norwegian. Cozy. Cozy, you are. Oh, wait, Spanish. Never mind. You're Is it almost midnight? I was thinking, was it Sandra? I think Sandra was Finnish, right? Yeah, you're Irish. Yeah, so 4, it's almost midnight where you are, I think. Yeah, Sandra is the Finnish person that we met the other day. How are you? Yeah. By almost, I was just adding 4 hours to 10:40, to 6:40, the 4-hour difference. That day when we were having a lot of heavy conversation, we had someone 4 hours ahead of me, with respect to me, 5 hours and 6 hours. I remember. Who was the one from Germany? We had someone from Germany, and then Sandro was from Finland. And you're holding up the Irish, you know? We had so many fun discussions that day too. I can't visualize like the text right now, that person's name. It might actually, no, I don't think it's Sub-Zero. Anyways, we had some great discussions. How are you? How are you? What are you up to? Okay. Alright. We're gonna try this, and then let's set up our kanji section. Oh, and I think someone else asked something, but I lost it a long time ago. I'm sorry. I'm pretty sure I remembered something. Oh, is the Amethyst League the highest in Duolingo? I don't know if Hugh's still here. It is not. The Diamond League is the highest. And I can't possibly get to, I think the next one is Pearl, right? There's Pearl, then Obsidian, I think, and then Diamond or something. I don't know. So, it goes without saying that I use Duolingo in an extent that rarely is paralleled by anyone, so we'll get there when we get there. I'm a very rigorous person, regardless of its efficiency. I put in my all, I suppose. Enjoying your Easter egg. Wait, oh, wait. Your Easter egg? Can you fill me in? I don't actually quite recall the practices of Easter. How does Easter work again? Easter is tomorrow? Okay. And how does Easter work again? I'm not confident enough to talk about Easter anymore. I can share something though, that is related to Easter, that may be a little different in the United States, as a Chinese person, but during this time there's a thing called Qingming, and Qingming is grave sweeping, and that's interpretation. It's not the literal Qingming, but grave sweeping is the phrase that I would use for English. And this is when, if you have time as a Chinese family, you go to your ancestors' place, and like, be it a grave or a cremation site, or like where you like a place, and you clean off, you sweep their place, decorate it, and make offerings. So it's around the same time. It's around the first week of April, and usually it would be my parents, my parents, if they can make time, they would, or their relatives, their brothers and sisters, my aunts and uncles, would go to the grave sites of their fathers, my grandparents, and sweep their graves. So grave sweeping, clean it up, touch it up, make offering, leave like decorate, and most of the Chinese people, at least here, have very specific grave places in New York City or around New York City. And you can, the few times that I accompanied my parents, you can see that pretty much everyone tries to make at least some time to go and sweep their graves. So it's the reason why I share this is the essence of Easter, the essence and like values of Easter is can be very resonating with Qiming in the Chinese culture or in a greater Chinese culture. So this is the thing I would probably share most of the time when someone tells me that they're celebrating their Easter. Right. Just a fun share. It's not the most rigorous in depth because this is at the extent of how I understand this ritual, so to speak, this tradition, right? For you just meet with your family and eat lamb and decorate with chicken and eggs. Yellow everywhere. Ooh, yellow. What does the yellow symbolize? Sweat. What is the symbolism in yellow? I'm not sure if there was a specific color. I guess most of the time it's red. We would use red. Red is the auspicious color, I suppose. The chicken is yellow. Oh. Wait. I know I'm kind of laughing here. Are chickens yellow where you are? I don't actually, I legitimately don't know that. I legitimately have no idea what chickens look like. Like what I mean is chickens in Norway, because the chickens that I'm visualizing right now, I'm not entirely sure where the yellow comes from for chicken. Be it like I'm a little. Oh, a chick. Oh, a newborn. Oh, you got me. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Sweat. I was not thinking about a chick. That's so true. Thank you. Thank you. I wasn't thinking very clearly there. I see. Yellow. Huh. I hope it stands for like good health or bright days or something like that. I feel yellow is a very warm color. Oh, well, it is a warm color by the conventional sense, but perhaps it's very auspicious. It's an auspicious color. A red, obviously, in Chinese culture is an auspicious color. We don't have to speak about Japanese culture and the color red. I'm more of a green person. However, it's transferable. It's translatable to me, the value of red. All right, let's get into our review lesson. And then we have to set up our kanji. So the new kanji lessons. Yeah, we're only up to here. Okay. We got to fill in all the kanji gaps. And then hopefully they bring back they cycle in writing stuff. Okay.
姉が一人います。
姉が Oh, I totally forgot about this concept too. The having the counter, the people for counter, the counter for people. Yeah. So I forgot that they introduced that too. 姉が一人います。一人います。
姉が一人います。
Yeah. 一人います。一人います。姉が一人います。Green comes from your heart. I like that. Green comes from your heart. I have one older sister.
私も英語ができます。
I forgot another word that was introduced yesterday that I should have written in the total recall section, and that was kyodai. Kyodai. Watashi, what that reminded me of. That phrase reminded me of kyodai. Watashi mo, ego. Wow. That is, took me a while to get used to those combination of kana. Watashi mo ego ga dekimasu. Right? And then this is where it sparked all the things, right? I also know English. Our 2-hour to 3-hour discussion spawned from this specifically. Watashi mo ego ga dekimasu.
弟さんは今カナダに住んでいますか
Ototo-san, right? Ototo and imoto does not have some sort of kana flip like ane and ani. Do I want to know more? Sure, Cozy. Feel free. Feel free. Yeah, give me some more. Feel free. Ototo san wa ima Canada ni shushin demasu ka? Sushin, no, not sushin. Ni sundemasu ka? Why did I say sushin? Sushin. So Ototo san wa ima Canada ni sundemasu ka? Does your younger brother live in Canada now? Ima, yeah, Ima. Ane wa Nihongo no sensei desu.
日本語
Wait, why is it reviewing oh no, yeah, this is right. It's reviewing fam. Oh no. Gotta do it. It's gonna do Korean and Chinese. Oh no. Okay, I'm ready for it. I think I'm ready for it today. Okay.
妹さんも中国語の先生ですか
Oh, they use no this time. Oh, it's still kind of an O though. At least it's not a go or a ka. So, imoto, I gotta prep myself for this, man. Imoto san mo chugokugo no sensei desu ka? Okay. Red comes from the base of your body, i.e. pelvis. Okay. And then red is destructive energy. Wow. That is quite different. Think of spicy foods. Fair enough. Interesting. Boy, would I love to hear the conversation between color symbolisms between the Irish culture and like the Chinese culture. I agree though, spicy foods. Although I can share something. Spicy foods are red and they imbue life into people. It's like for health, promotion of health. So when you hit that, when that spice hits your belly, it makes you feel alive. But I could definitely see it as a destructive color or a destructive energy. But yeah, that's a really interesting take. Huh. Red comes from the base of your body. What do they say about blood? How does blood work into the red thing, Cozy? I mean, on the one hand, you could say blood is blue at one point too. I suppose I'm referring to the heme in your plasma, the one that imparts the red color. Blood isn't red. Well, kind of. But yeah, Blood is red to some extent. It's only when it hits oxygen. Blood is the component in the whole thing. So when the heme makes contact and imbues that red, it means that the blood is also by transitively red. So what I mean is, so do they make the distinction that blood is treated as blue because it's always going to be interpreted as blue, so that blood is not destructive in energy? Oxygen is kind of destructive to some extent, although oxygen doesn't necessarily have a color, I suppose. That's kind of an interesting thought. Imoto-san mo Chugokugo no sensei desu ka? So does your younger sister also is your younger sister also a Chinese teacher? Blue is calming. Okay. Calming. Oh, I thought about something statistically about blue. Oh, there was this very interesting survey. This is not necessarily relevant to some extent. It's a very far tangent. I just wanted to share this. You can provide your commentary on it. There was a survey thrown out. It's trying to be like a voluntary survey, like from a psychological perspective or a sociological perspective in the United States. I think this might have been conducted in the United States. I haven't read the primary literature. I read one of the statistics that came out of it was that blue is statistically the likely color that females in the United States, those who voluntarily answer this question, like on males. And when I mean statistic likelihood, there were a lot of color choices, but blue took like over 50% of the votes. You can read it however you want. You can question whatever it is. It's perfectly fine. I just thought that was something interesting. I didn't dig any deeper, obviously. So that's kind of an interesting observation. I knew a little bit about the sample size and how they went about it, but nothing like, it's one of those things like, oh really? Interesting. I'll let you contextualize why I was looking for, or like how I encountered such information, if you like. I'm very engrossed in psychology and sociology in general, so algorithm feeds me a lot of things related to them. Oh yeah. Oh, I forgot about this. I've got children. Another vocabulary. Children. Okomo, right? Okomo. Or no. Akamo, and then it becomes Oko-san. Might be Okomo. But the phrase children, I totally forgot we received children as well. So, Oko-san. Oko-san wa blank desu ka? Oko-san wa Gakusei desu ka?
あ、弟さんも中国語の先生ですか?
We becoming Japanese yet? A bit. Are we becoming Japanese speakers? A bit. Maybe a bit. Slightly. It'll be another 4 months. Takes time, right? I'll give myself another 4 months. Reasonably. Another 4 months. Maybe a bit in another 4 months.
あ、弟さんも中国語の先生ですか?
How's your Spanish coming, Cozy? Have you been actively still doing like I imagine you're still actively doing your Spanish stuff, right?
あ、弟さんも中国語の先生ですか？あ、弟さんも。あ、弟さんも中国語の先生ですか？中国語
中国語
の
の
先
先生
生で
ですす
か？
か？
あ、弟さんも中国語の先生ですか？
Kinda? Alright. I'll take that, Cozy. I think that's acceptable. Kinda. Sounds a little sussy to me, Cozy. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. What do you do on your free time? Sorry. What do you do on your free time? Like other than maybe occasional kinda Spanish. Do you have any other specific hobbies or interest? あ、弟さんも中国語の先生ですか？
弟さんはどこに住んでいますか？
Don't expose you. Alright, I won't. No pressure. No pressure. You gotta feel. You're not feeling Spanish. You can't. Sometimes, gotta feel it. Feel that you want it. I don't know where I'm going with that. I really have no idea where I'm going with that. 弟さんはどこに住んでいますか？ You're dealing with mental health? Oh, I'm sorry to... Or hopefully that's alright and manageable, Cozy, with your mental health. It's a very understandable perspective. You don't have to say much more about that. I honestly, I usually am talking about that a lot in a way, not necessarily publicly, obviously, but with other people. It's kind of the thing I like to focus on nowadays. Okay, so where does your younger brother come from or live? Where does your younger brother live? 弟は今オーストラリアに住んでいます。My younger brother is currently living or is living in Australia now. Right now.
兄はよくマレーシアの映画を見ます。
It is study time, Inami. You'll do a lesson after? Sounds great, Cozy. I hope you feel really good about doing the lesson. The Bushu app broke recently. Oh, what happened to Bushu?
兄はよくマレーシアの映画を見ます。
What? Care to elaborate, Cozy? I'm not. That sounds like something really negative happened.
兄はよくマレーシアの映画を見ます。兄は
Malaysia.
マレーシア。兄はよくマレーシアの映画を見ます。
Her content
映画を見ます。
Oh,
の
don't forget the no. It wouldn't let me change the level on it or let me select a lesson. Ooh. Is when you're saying Bushu smartphone, right? It is locked up on smartphone. Ani wa yoku Malaysia no eiga o mimasu.
兄はよくマレーシアの映画を見ます。
弟さんもオーストラリアに住んでいますか？
Why do you have to make me repeat? Australia. Alright. 弟さんもオーストラリアに住んでいますか？いえ、弟はカナダに住んでいます。
弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？弟さんも
Where?
弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？
東京に住んでいますか？ Huh. That is pretty inconvenient. Did it unbreak itself yet? Cozy? Did Bushu unbreak itself yet? 弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？
弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？
Okay.
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
Okay.
はい、妹
は I heard Malaysia
マレーシアの
マレーシアに
住ん
住んでい
でいま
ますす
が、
After getting Australia and McDonald's down, I feel like you pronounce it. Wait, Minami, where are you? Like, what are you doing for learning Japanese, Minami? Or are you learning Japanese, or are you a Japanese speaker? I suppose, like both. Like, what are you doing in terms of this stuff? Genki with some other resources. Nice. McDonald's, right? How do you say McDonald's? Meku Donarudu. No. Narudu. Maybe. Narudu. Okay. Okay. McDonald's. Oh. McDonald's. McDonald's. Okay. McDonald's. Interesting. You gotta love katakana. You gotta love it.
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
Oh. Wait. Oh, I miss Ima. Oh. Wait. Oh, I added wa. Wait. No. Oh, I forgot Ima. I miss Ima. No, I didn't miss Ima. No. Wait. Did I? Oh. I put ka instead of des. What am I doing?
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
It's fine. That's okay. Just learn katakana words. It's basically English. It's easy. Biggest lie. I totally feel that. That hits so hard. What are my classics right now in terms of that? Betonamu was a while. I'm like, oh, okay. Betonamu, I get it. And then the new one, Malaysia, makes me think of a different one, but it's Malay but it comes off as Malaysia in this like the synthetic voice that they're saying. So when I think of Malaysia, I'm like Malaysia. And then we have like, don't forget about like Burajiru. Yeah, Burajiru. I have to double check. I'm thinking of the kana. I'm thinking of the katakana in my head. I'm visualizing it. Yeah, Burajiru. Yeah. Apato, depato. And just not sure if you're holding out the mora so that you can add the extra vowels too. And then you have lots of the empty mora beats. Katakana. In a nutshell. How about biru? When I first learned hatemono, and someone's like, oh, it's also biru. I'm like, wait a minute. Biru? No, I'm just kidding. But the idea is, biru versus biru. Katakana. Anyways.
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
Thanks for the fun quote.
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。はい、妹今はマレーシアに住んでいます。
Wait.
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
Oh, yeah. No des or ka, actually. What am I saying? I'm a butt. What? Did I click on the wrong thing? Oh, I did click on the wrong thing. Imoto wa ima. Oh, I put ima in the wrong place. Whoops.
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
It's not in the topic marker. Okay, it's fine. It's not in the topic marker.
はい。妹は今マレーシア
I guess it's the object modifier.
に住んでいます。
It's fine. Hello, Jamie. Hello. What is the heck is going on, dude? Oh. It's the wrong place.
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。はい、はい。
Okay, hang on. I need to focus.
妹は今 台湾
Taiwan. She's been saying Taiwan the whole time. I keep saying Malaysia.
に住んでいます。はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
Alright, well, I guess that's an excuse for... oh, wait. Let's practice kanji. Let's wash ourselves of that kanji. That feeling. How are you doing, Jamie? What's up? Nihon? Oops.
日本
Okay.
土曜日
Doyobi.
日
Nihon.
日本
Okay. Doyobi.
土曜日
え
8時日本
Nihon.
本
Okay.
土曜日
Doyobi.
土曜
Nihon. Oops.
日本
Just kidding. 500.
500
500. 土曜日
土曜日
1000.
2000
Oh, Nissan. Oh. I was looking at the second line and then I combined it with the top line. Nissan. And
12時
Junichi. Pretty cool. You were studying Croatian, which was pretty fun. Neat.
土曜日
Croatian, huh?
ど
Oh,
曜日
Yobi.
400
400.
土曜日
Okay.
2000
Okay.
12日本
Okay.
日本
Uh,
日本
Okay.
11時
11.
田中
土曜日
土曜日
京都
京都
日本
日本土曜日
土曜日
曜日1時半日本土曜日4000 3時
Shaky mouse tablet press. Oh yeah, I'm using a tablet to select stuff. Although the shaky thing is because I have to switch over to my keyboard to enter. Oh, and I move around a lot. I move around my hand a lot. Like I go like this a lot. It's a fidget. I fidget quite a bit. Oh, we still got one more for this.
日本日曜日
日曜日
本
日曜日
田中
日
日
本
本
土曜日
土曜日
日曜日
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 日本
日本
日曜日
Really? You're gonna do that to me?
京都
山
山
口
口
Oh, yeah. I can't say it on top of the person. So, 日
日
曜
曜
日
日
日本
本
土曜日 Okay? It's still not complete. What the heck? 日
日
本
本
Wait, why isn't this completing? 土曜日
土曜日日本
I want it to be complete.
日本
It might be a bug though.
土曜日日本日本
Okay.
日本土曜日
I thought I'd just get the shakes.
土曜日
I do get the
土曜
shakes,
日
so in this case, I'm perfectly calm. It's fine.
土曜日
I mean, I'm not telling a lie. I totally. No, I'm just kidding. Sorry. 12時12時2000
2000
日本
日本
and 500
500
500
土曜日
土曜日
曜日12
12
日本
日本
土曜日2000
I have another comment,
400
but maybe a little bit later. My mouse is kind of heavy, sort of heavy. So, and mouse has smoothers, or what I mean by smoothers is the way mouse moves. It's very obvious between a tablet and there is some weight and like motion that gives away a mouse. Yeah.
日本
日本
本
Unless you're using a tablet smoother, which I don't. I don't like tablet smoothers.
11時
Whoops. I'm going. Oh, yeah, we're going from right to right. 11時。11時。
日本
土曜日。
土曜日
京都。
京都田中土曜日
土曜日。
曜日3時
3時。
土曜日日本 1時半4000
Croatian is fun because wait, what's happening? Oh, this doesn't fill up. Maybe I'm just gonna move down here. I don't think this fills up anymore. I think it's error bound. Let's fill this up then. Maybe something's not quite right. Oh, maybe it's related to the other ones. Okay. This is Shinbun. I like Slavic languages and I can scratch my itch for them. It's written in Latin alphabet and not Cyrillic, so it's easier for you to read. Oh, the movement is just so fluid. It just looked like hovering over a pen tablet. Oh, yeah, it is. I hover to tap. Yeah, for sure. True. Yoji.
4時
And I'm also shaky. Or like I bounce up and down. So, no worries.
新聞
Shinbun.
新聞
Yeah. Yoji. 9時.
9時
400. Or actually, 400.
400
Yep. Oh. Whoops.
400
Just kidding. 10時.
10時
4時.
4時
Shinbun.
新聞
Yep.
新聞
Sounds like saying Sonic Boom. 4時.
4時新聞新聞
9
9
時.
時新聞
6時.
6時
6時. 4時.
4時
7時.
7時4時
4時.
10
Oops.
10 4時
Kidding. 4
4
時.
時
4000. Oh, actually. 4000?
4000
Yeah, 4000. 9時.
9時
新
新
聞.
聞
10時.
10時
Okay. Newspaper.
新新聞
え
4時新聞8時11 6時
I'm an old man, okay? I have the shakes. Oh, okay. So the used in other words thing is attached to the whole cumulative thing. So I need to accomplish the top row. Okay, got it. That's how they're doing it. Atarashi.
新しい
え
新しい新聞新しい新しい
え
新聞
え
新しい新しい新しい新聞
え
新聞古い
古い。
大き
大きい。
い
400.
400
Okay, so the is still there.
新聞。
新しい。
新聞
え
新聞
Hello? Oh.
1新聞
Okay.
8時
Mm-hmm.
新しい
え
古い新しい
え
新しい新しい
古い。
古い
小さい。
小さい
7000。
7000。
新聞。
新聞。新聞。新聞。話します。
話します。
新聞。
え
4時。新しい。3。
Oh, we still got some time. Okay, 食べます。4時。
4時。食べます。
食べます。
食べます。
4時。5時。
5時。
4
4
時。
時。
食べます。
食べます。
見ます。
見ます。
話します。
話します。食べます。
食べます。
食べます。
4時。
4時。食べます。食べます。4時。
1時。
1時。
買います。
買います。
読みます。
読みます。食べます。4時。
4時。
4時。
5時。
5時。
読みます。
読みます。
食べます。
食べます。
見ます。
見ます。
4時。
4時。
食べます。
食べます。見ます。4時。3時。食べます。読みます。
Okie dokie. Oh, more completions. 4
4。
4時。
4時。4。4。4時。4。4。4。4時。4時。4時。
8。
8。
1000。
1000。
4。
4。
400。
400。4時。4時。母。4。8時。1時半。4時。4。4。 4
4時。
時。
5。 4。
4。
400。
400。
10。
10。4時。4時。
4。
8。話します。4時。4。半。
4時。 Oh, why are they locked? What is that about? I guess we can do this one. I think these are locked too. Wait, maybe not. Oh no, never mind. Yomimasu. Here's yomimasu. Oh no, not yomimasu. That's nomimasu. Sorry. Oh, and this is toimasu. Oh, it's imasu. Imasu.
と言います。
Heck you. Nomimasu. Sorry. Nomimasu.
飲みます。飲みます。
Thanks. That emote. The uwu. Okay. Yomimasu.
読みます。
Mimasu.
見ます。
Toimasu.
と言います。 話し
Hanashimasu.
ます。
And
飲み
nomimasu.
ます。飲みます。
Okay.
の、見ます。
と言います。
と言います。飲みます。
Thanks.
飲みます。話します。と言います。買います。読みます。飲みます。と言います。といます。
話します。
話します。
飲みます。と言います。買います。読みます。
読みます。の見ます。読みます。買います。飲みます。話します。と言います。
Alright. Okay, that's the end of 15. Oh, yeah, so if it doesn't increase the progression, they're also including all the progressions in the previous one, or in the later one. Interesting. So we still got 3 more sets. We didn't even go over Gatsu, the counter for months, Gatsu, yet. Because we're retroactively doing all the kanji stuff from the update 2 days ago. And yesterday I was being a pep, not really being a pep. We were having awesome discussions, so I didn't really get to. I did test it out a little bit somewhere along the line where if you go back to here, when they're all gold, they bring back the writing stuff. But I haven't gotten to see what percentage of it is writing now, because I kind of miss writing. So probably every 3 or 4 days I'm probably gonna go over writing on my own with kana, the same way I do kana. Every 2 or 3 days I write the entire kana panel like this and this. So then I'll probably go over and try to write, maybe stagger the kanji and write on my own if the writing isn't too frequent. Before the update 3 days ago, it's just writing. They like, outside of the 2 first prompts, you need to know the English word, the English translation, and the romaji inputs, and then the rest is different strokes, like different writing stuff. But the new things they added to the pool could make that less frequent, which are all the things that we're doing now. That's why it doesn't look like it encountered any writing, except for the one exception, which was hon. 1 stroke was missing from hon, and 1 stroke was missing from ji. Ji had a missing stroke. So I think hon, right? It was like this, and hon was missing this stroke, and then ji, right? He was actually missing Oh, I think there might be an extra one here. I'm missing an extra stroke, but it was missing this stroke up here. Yeah. Right. Double check. Yeah, I was missing a stroke on the bottom, but I was missing this. So it's fine. Yeah. So we'll work on that later. When we get to day 50, in day 51 is when I'm gonna review all the kanji. I'll write all the kanji that I know up to this point in a drawing program, and I'll review all the kana again, and then as much of the vocabulary as I can possibly muster between section 1 and section 2. So like at the end of section 1 and all of section 2 up to this point. That'll be the review. Every 25 days there will be a review. not using this thing. Look at this. Look at how chunky this is, man. You have to like slow down a lot. So if you want to get like a smooth circle, you have to slow down a lot. And I mean, I don't have a steady hand. So I need a program that can, so if you go really fast, it's chunky. Chunky. What program is this? It's a web extension called Web Paint Tool. That's all it's called. It's the most responsive one that I found. The other ones are pretty non-responsive. So it's up here. This little thing right here. Here, I can move it into view. It's a Chrome thing. Back in the day, I used to do it differently. What I do is I would open a program, like a art program. I would chroma green and make the program green, right? But the problem is now Duolingo is on my one screen and I don't have like an ultra wide, and it's kind of hard because technically I'll be writing on an art program but not on the screen, so it can get a little hairy. So before I used to do commentary where I would open and make it full screen, the canvas, like Adobe Photoshop or Krita, and I would color the background green, turn it to like 100% transparency, or like make it not register on my screen, and then chroma it out so that I can use the canvas on top. But it became very cumbersome. So this is the closest I have. And it's kind of convenient. It's not the greatest. It's not the greatest for sure. It was a workaround. Maybe, hint hint, if Krita, if Krita's a freeware, by the way. I use Krita for drawing most of the time. But if, hint hint, Krita comes up with a web extension in order to write on the website, that would be pretty awesome. Like in Chrome. I write on the screen a lot. It's kind of one of my favorite things to do whenever I digress or something. And it's even harder on video games. You can't do it on video games. I used to do it on video games, but running both Krita and the video game, you have to like alt tab out and all that. Yeah, so you can't write on top of a video game feed very easily without borking your program that you're running. Oh, I gotta get back my 3 hearts because I got robbed. Okay, so since we're practicing, we're gonna do keyboard inputs now on top of things. So keyboard inputs. This is Saifu.
財布、
兄の服はダサいです。
Sorry. Ani. That sentence is so mean. My older brother's clothes are hideous.
どうです。
どうです。
このジャケットは4000円です。
このジャケット。Oh, I totally forgot about ジャケット。ジャケット。このジャケットは4000円です。That's a reasonable price. This jacket is 4,000 yen. Okay. T シャツ。
T シャツ。
T シャツ。
私の服はおしゃれじゃないです。
私の服はおしゃれです。おしゃれじゃないです。おしゃれじゃないです。My clothing aren't fashionable or stylish. Okay. Can I get a keyboard input, please? ありがとう。ありがとう。ありがとう。ありがとう。I'm guessing they're looking for gozaimasu. Interesting. I haven't seen it presented this way yet. Domo. Interesting. I don't think they had the domo before either. Huh. This is supposed to be practice. Okay. Yeah.
あの黒いジャケットはいくらですか？
黒いジャケットはいくらですか？ How much, right? How much is that jacket over there? Oh, color. 黒い。
黒い靴はいくらですか？
Okay. Practice keyboard input. Am I going to learn Irish next? Unfortunately, no, not at the moment. We're gonna be doing Mandarin and then Spanish, at least for the plans.
黒い靴はいくらですか？
Well, that didn't work. Hang on. Okay. 黒い I hear
黒い靴はいくらですか？
Oh, it's freaking kutsu. Kutsu.
黒い靴はいくらですか？
Okay. Okay.
「この財布は古いです」。
Okay. Okay. Oh no. I think there's an extra A, right? Oh, right. The honorific. Or the honor thing. It's fine. Okay.
田中さんの T シャツはかっこいいですね。
Okay. I don't know how to actually do this. Maybe if I do this. Wait. Okay. Oh. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. Does that work? Yeah, I think so. I don't know if they say kakoi or kawaii. Let's
田中さんの T シャツはかっこいいですね。
neat. It does work. Okay. You put the T, the capital T. Okay. Uh. Oh no. No, it's correct. It's fine. Okay. Okie dokie. Oh no. I think it's... Maybe it's this. Let's look at what it looks like. Yeah, that looks right. Goras? Yeah. Yeah? Dang it! Oh no, it's dore. Not dora. Doresu. Fine. Heckin doresu. Heckin katakana, I tell you. Okay. Yeah, I think that's good. No. What did I do? Oh, whoops. No. Yeah, no. My bad. Kawaii. How did I forget cute? Oh no. I totally forgot cute. Alright, alright. Redemption. Typing is a different experience, and I only get a chance to do it when I start making errors. So let's keep on working on our typing here. So no. Kawaii. Heckin doresu. Doresu. Hoshi. Yes. Okay. Maybe I'm kawaii blind. I'm also a color blind as well. Like not in the sense of literally colorblind. I'm like literarily colorblind. I forget colors a lot. When I read the color, I just forget to translate them. It works in both. It happens in both English and Japanese. When I read like that cute dress, sometimes I forget the adjective. Let's keep going and forget the adjective. It's a habit. Okay. Doresu. Okay. Ni. Yaku. And. What is wrong with me? Wait. Hold up. What did I do? Sen. Oh, Sen. Okay, it's fine. 大丈夫じゃないです。どれすに1000 yen. Okay. Alright. I still need to get 2 more, so.
カレー、
いいえ、それはピザです。
ピザ、
ピザと水ください。
なあ、
これはケーキです。
いいえ、それはカレーです。
Don't you katakana me. Don't katakana me. Okay.
ピザは美味しいです。
いいえ、カレーです。
これはラーメンです。
ケーキ、
Okay.
「それはカレーです。
Typo. Okay. Okay. Alright, that wasn't too bad. Keep on going. One more. We got one more heart, right? Okay. I'm like Duo right there. When Duo is whistling and looking up, every time I look up to this side, if my eyes dart to the left, I'm visualizing the kana, as opposed to sounding out the kana. So probably a pretty big giveaway when I look up instead of looking at the screen. The more I look at the screen, the more it interferes. So sometimes I just look up.
デパート、
いいえ、それは大学です。これはバス停ですか？はい、ホテルです。
コンビニ、
大学はそこです。
Okay.
コンビニはそこです。
これはデパートですか？
Uh, uh, okay.
「これは駅です」。
Okay. Okay. Oh no. This one's kind of pep because there's a kanji, but there's not a kanji, and there's a okay. We're just gonna go with this. Yeah, they went with the katakana for the bus, right? Yeah, bus day. Yeah. That's fine. Oh wait, they went with katakana for bus. Bus. And then stay it's usually a kanji. A lot of people already typed the kanji. I don't remember what the kanji is. Duo hasn't taught the kanji yet. Fine. Trade-offs. Eventually, maybe. Okay. Alright. We got our 5 hearts back. Now, let's get to the review. Cute little duo. Time to get the review. Alright. Alright, this is... So, like their typical structure, right? We gotta remind ourselves our structure. This is the first half. This was a personalized practice, so it's plus or minus 1 personal practice, right? And then this is the review of this. And this is new from yesterday, and I slacked off a lot because I had too much fun discussing things with other people. And this would be the review of this, right? That's the structure of Duolingo. And then personalized practice. These two are reviewing the 2 things together. Or actually, I take it back. This is the first half. This only reviews the first half, and this reviews the second half. And then the last unit is these 2 combined. That's kind of how Duolingo is structured since section 2. Very, very classic. So let's get in there. And then after we get to complete this, we'll hop back on the kanji section and see if we can get to the writing at some point. All right.
今
Weather
日
again.
横浜は暖かいです。
And I don't use keyboard inputs when I'm currently learning something in the unit. So any of the current units, I don't use keyboard input. It's just to for me to get used to seeing the kana or whatever that's available before I get back to the keyboard input. Because the keyboard input, I'm visualizing in kana, but I'm also stepping back into romaji. So romaji and kana is a step for that, for the keyboards. But for this step, it's kana, kanji, and sound. Kana, kanji, and sound.
今日横浜は暖かいです。
Okay.
今日横浜は暖かいです。
Okay.
横浜は暖かいです。 今日横浜は暖かいです。
今日横浜は暖かいです。Yokohama is warm today. Or it will be warm today. I guess you could say will be warm today too. Non-pass.
天気はどうですか？
天気はどうですか? How's the weather?
明日は雨じゃないです。
明日
明日は
は What?
明日は雨じゃないです。
Oh, 雨
雨じゃないです。
It's not going to rain tomorrow? It's not going to be rainy tomorrow? Tomorrow won't be rain. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right. We're doing it that way in terms of their interpretation. So yeah, that's fair enough. Yeah, this is one of those things too. Duo is doing an interpretation here. Tomorrow won't be rainy. As opposed to my understanding would be it will not be rainy tomorrow. Right? It will not be rainy tomorrow. Or actually, I guess they're equivocating this here, huh? Tomorrow won't be rainy is pretty good. Huh. Let's reorient ourselves. Do you often go to the park? So, yoku koen koen ni ikimasu ka? As for tomorrow, rainy will not be. Yeah, that's closer. Yeah, I like that. That's what's floating in my head. Yeah, tomorrow rainy, it will not be. Yep. Yep. And then I rearranged it and said it will not be rainy tomorrow. And then they superinterpret it. They superinterpret it and say tomorrow won't be rainy. And that's kind of sometimes from time to time it's have to get used to all the steps that they took with the interpretation. Duo sometimes is very literate and literal, and then sometimes they're not, and work it through the head, right? Work it through the head. But yes, tomorrow rainy, it will not be. Very, very excellent, Minami. So yoku koen ni ikimasu ka? Yeah. Yoku
公園
公園に
行きますか？日曜日はまだ暖かいですか？日曜日は暖かい。
I missed one. Mate.
まだ
I think it's Mada.
暖かいですか？
日曜日はまだ暖かいですか？
日曜日はまだ暖かいですか？
Yeah. Will it still be warm tomorrow? On Sunday, it will still be warm. Probably what they're gonna go with. Or they might go with Sunday will still be warm. That's the interpretation. Oh, will Sunday, sorry, it's a question. Will Sunday still be warm? Yeah. As opposed to Sunday Sunday still warm, it will be. Sunday still warm, it will be. Oh, sorry, I wanted to make a Yoda impression, but I'm very terrible at impressions. Today will be warm. So now we have to extra layer it back, right? We have to reverse layer it back. So
今日は暖かいです。
Yoda is your internal voice when deciphering Japanese. I feel ya. I definitely feel ya. 今日は暖かいです。Yeah. 今日は暖かいです。
明日も暖かいですか？明日も暖かいですか？
Yep. Tomorrow will also be warm. Or will tomorrow also be warm? Is how they went with that. Will today be rainy? Uh,
今日は
今日は雨ですか？今日は雨ですか？今日は雨ですか？ですか？今日は雨ですか？ Alright.
買います。
春は
は
新しい服を買います。Interesting. Yeah. I will buy new clothing in spring. Or in spring. I guess in spring. First or last. 明日の天気は雨です。雨です。
雨
です。花いつ and 近Sorry. Tomorrow's weather will be rainy. Fair enough.
明日の天気はどうですか？
Okay. What will the weather like be tomorrow? What will tomorrow be like is what will tomorrow's weather be like? Probably what they're going with here. And 明日も雨です。Okay. What is the other one? それは私のことじゃないです。Okay. Okay. 春はよく暖かい hot something that looks like ocha if I ever seen one.
お茶
Ocha or nomimasu. Okay, fair enough. Do we drink pan? I feel like we can drink pan. You definitely can drink pan,
お
right?
茶
I don't know about drinking Shibuya though. Is there Shibuya tea? I mean, you can rock with that. Doga? I'm not so sure about drinking a video.
よく公園に行きますか？
よく公園に行きますか? Sorry. Every time I hear her synthetic voice, it makes me want to like pep up. よく公園に行きますか?
よく公園に行きますか？
Okay, sorry. sorry. Focus. Do you go to the park? Do you often go to the park? Will tomorrow's weather also be nice? Okay. 明日の天気もはいいですね? No, いいですか? That's fine. いいですか? Yeah. Isn't it? No. ですか? That's fine. 明日の天気も Oh. Wait. Oh, I don't need Wow, what am I doing?
いいですか?
明日の天気もいいですか?
春はいつも公園に行きます。
Alright. 春はいつも公園に行きます。
は
So In the spring, right? This is the in also interpretive a little bit too. In the spring. Well, I think they want in the spring, but in spring, oh man, ugh. In the spring, I always go to the park. In the spring, I always go to the park. The reason why I say in the spring is interpretive and kind of interesting from an English perspective is during spring, I always go to the park. Oftentimes being in a season is kind of something I personally don't really say too much. I rarely say that too much. So I use like future perfect. I tend to use future perfect instead. So during spring, I always go to the park. Like a continuous action through a place. And it's future perfect because you're going to do it. You have already planned to do it. Spring will come soon. Winter has come. I can only imagine. I don't know if Japanese people like Game of Thrones, but I can only imagine the phrase winter has come. Okay, let's see. Spring will come soon. So, mosuku is the soon that we're looking for here. So, haru
春 は
wa
もうすぐ
mosuku
来ます。
kimasu. Haru wa mosuku kimasu. Oh, wait. Hold up. Yeah. Sorry, I was being a little too complacent there, so I wanted to make sure. 毎日公園に行きます。そう毎日公園に行きます。冬にある Oh, yeah. Wait, ある or kiru? Would it be kiru or kuru? Sorry, kuru. Fuyu ni kuru? Wait, hold up. I think I hold on to that thought. Yeah. Oh, aru to exist. Oh, winter has exist. Oh, that's true. Yeah. Maybe that's the phrase they would use. You're right. That'd probably be more closer. Yeah, I would say they probably say huru ni huru ni aru probably. Koko ni oh yeah, koko ni huru ni aru. Winter is here. That's a good one. Yeah, that's a good one. I was thinking using kuru, right? Kuru to come or arrive, right? And then using ni for the location. Oh no, but you need to say here. So koko. Oh, then you're gonna be like koko ni kuru. So like fuyu wa koko ni kuru is what I was thinking, I think. Fuyu wa koko ni kuru. But I don't think that that doesn't sound right. So, koko wa yeah. Yeah. That's I think this is a location, right? So when you're arriving, so kuru, it would be ni at here. And then and what is here? Then the topic marker for fu. Yeah. So fuyu wa koko ni kuru. This is why we learn Japanese, guys. That's a lot of fun. It's a fun exercise. I like it. I like it. Thank you. Thank you, Minami. Okay. Okay. Let's see.
Heat.
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 Oh, I totally forgot about heat for day, the day counter, the day placement.
Heat.
Heat.
晴れの日は友達と遊びます。晴れの日は
What?
晴れの日は友達と遊びます。
Oh, 友達と
遊びます。
遊びます。
晴れの日は友達と遊びます。
On sunny days or sunny day friends with I hang out. Sorry. I'm being obviously I hang out. You can in English the interpretive is I hang out with friends. I hang out with friends on sunny days, or on sunny days I hang out with friends because of the preposition time. So preposition can go in the beginning or the end. And Duo accepts both beginning and end for the translation or the interpretation, I suppose. So on sunny days I hang out with friends. All right. 日曜日。
日曜日。
話します。
話します。
食べます。
食べます。
山。
山。
日。
海は綺麗ですね。
海は綺麗ですね。Indeed.
海。
Oh, and this is an interpretation too. Me and I guess either Lotus or Indy talked about this a bit. This is a double layer interpretation in Duo. They use umi for beach, and then umi, right? Umi, I know, is sea or ocean. However, when someone goes and express umi, they might be thinking like, oh, we go to the beach/ocean. But at the same time, in English, if you go to the ocean, you might be implying that you're going out into the ocean. So there's a lot of meta interpretation on it. And umibe is what I think Lotus or someone told me is beach. Umibe. Like if you want it to be literal on umibe, which kind of sounds like a sea bay or like a seashore. So umibe is how I remembered it. And Duo does not introduce umibe. So I don't know. The jury's out on that one. I don't usually talk about the beach very often. Although anime do have a lot of beach scenes, so maybe I'll have my ears out on beach conversations. Maybe like a slice of life show that talks about summer vacation. It'll probably come up in that conversation. Anyways, that's how I remember umi be. But
海は綺麗ですね。
海は綺麗ですね。
綺麗ですね。
The beach is pretty, isn't it? So it's going to be translated to the beach. The beach is pretty. I always thought it was beachy? Beachy. I would prefer beachy. I guess. Although you, I don't know English, since English is your native language. I don't know. I don't like saying the word beach in general because people aren't mature sometimes, and it does sound almost vulgar, so maybe that's why I don't use it. Yeah, so beachy is kind it's like an extra level of beach, right? I usually say I try not to say it as much, so I can kind of get behind the whole we're heading to the ocean, like we're heading out to the ocean, right? Whether it means heading out to the beach or to the sea, unfortunately the word beach, yeah, beachy, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. That's more like meta levels of usage. Beachy. Oh, I just remembered a word that I forgot from this unit, and we're gonna get it soon. Kochi. So when you said beachy, kochi is another one too. Kochi. They did introduce kochi or coach. Yeah. Great reminder. Yeah, I do have concerns with that though. Beachy. Just a little bit. A wee bit. Hare no hi wa yoku umi ni ikimasu ka?
のに
natsu wa mai. Oh, mainichi. I just stopped at mai, sorry. This is where someone's gonna chime in. It's like, man, if they were using kanji, it would be a little bit better. And I'm like, yeah, I understand. I don't have the kanji. Sad face. Not yet. Natsu wa mainichi blank. Oh, it's a place. Ni ikimasu. So umi is what they're looking for. And then we have fuku, soba, and mitsu. water, clothing, and soba is self-explanatory. So hare no hi wa yoku oen ni ikimasu.
晴れの日はどこに行きますか?
Okay, where do you go during sunny days? Okay, or in sunny days. On sunny days, where do you go? Right. Although I would typically use during instead in this case, and it would be it'd still be appropriate because it's non-pass. So during sunny days, where would you go? But you would conjugate it a little bit different. If you're doing a continuous thing, you probably use the te form. But anyways, QQ. Wait, QQ sha o onegaishimasu. QQ sha o onegaishimasu. That's actually obviously what you're supposed to say, right? Hare no hi wa itsumo wa dashuku rajiku. Oh, rajiku. Wait, harajuku, place. Yes, place. Harajuku. Harajuku ni ikimasu. Harajuku. The Harajuku. The place name. I tend to pause on place names, I suppose. It's not the same as having like Kyoto in Tokyo with the kanji. Kind of place names and proper nouns kind of stick out a lot more as unique. Right now, what are places that don't have kanji? Osaka, Harajuku, Asakusa, Asakusa, Akihabara, Yokohama, Ueno Koen, Ueno Koen, sorry. Ueno Koen. And Shibuya. There's quite a lot of places that don't have kanji at the moment.
夏はいつも海に行きます。夏はいつも
What?
夏はいつも海に行きます。
Wait.
夏はいつも海に行きます。
Oh.
海に行きます。
Ooh, the synthetic voice is struggling with this one.
夏はいつも海に行きます。
It's running together a little bit on the fast beat one.
夏はいつも海に行きます。
Yeah. It's struggling with umini a little bit. There's like a stutter. You can hear a little distortion. 夏はいつも海に行きます。
夏はよくどこに行きますか？
夏はよくどこに行きますか？Location. 毎日渋谷に行きます。What is this? お手洗い。Sorry. お手洗いはい回ですか？ Is the restroom on the first floor?
この電車は海に行きますか？
この電車は Ooh, they brought in a train. この電車は海に行きますか？ This is from 2 units ago. Transit. Does this train go to the beach? On sunny days, I go to the beach. 晴れの日は海に行きます。Yes. Did I miss a wa? No, I didn't miss a wa.
晴れの日
は海
に行きます。
夏はよくラーメンを食べます。
夏はよくラーメンを食べます。In the summer. I'm saying the with an accent because in the past I have started omitting articles and I gotta reinforce that I must put in articles even though gotta be real here. Another meta thing, dropping articles in this case is also kind of common in speech. In summer I go to ramen. Like sometimes articles do get dropped even in casual speak, like in the summer, but in summer, or it might even be as simple as summertime without any like on summertime or in summer. No, just summertime, right? However, yeah, it is still in the summer. In the summer, I often eat ramen. It's kind of humorous because article dropping can occur many times in English, and I think in my opinion, Japanese is just ahead of the curve in this case. Like, to heck with articles, down with the articles. Although there are a lot of use cases for articles. I generally say though, 90% of conversations do not adequately utilize the utility of articles. They're more of a nuanced thing, like, yeah, you can play around with articles. Like, for example, in a summer versus in the summer. How can you differentiate between in a summer and in the summer? In a summer would imply something less definitive than in the summer, right? So and the has definitive and non-specific, like is non-specific and the is very specific. In the very particular summer versus in no particular a summer kind of thing. And then it can be reversed. You could say in a summer gone past, I have done something. So then it would be a very particular summer, but it's non-specific what that particular summer was. In the summer, where do you go often? Summer, natsu. So natsu wa yoku. Natsu wa yoku wa doko desu ka? Doko ni ikimasu ka? Ikimasu ka? So natsu wa yoko. Oh no.
Wa.
Just kidding. Natsu, yeah.
Wa.
Wait. Yeah. Natsu wa yoku ni doko. Oh, wait.
Ni. Wa.
No, this is fine. Sorry. Natsu wa yoku doko ni ikimasu ka. Right. Tomorrow will be sunny. Will it? Okay.
明日
明日
は
は晴れ
晴れです。
です. Is that really it? Okay. Atsui. Oh. Atsui is hot. On rainy days, I always play video games. Imagine. Ame no hi wa itsumo
いつも
ゲーム
ゲーム
を
を
します。
します。
雨の日はいつもゲームをします。雨の日はいつもゲームをします。Hey. Up and away, Adam.
休み
休み。
休み
夏休みはいいですね。
そう。
夏は
は
安い。
休み。安い。No.
安い。
休み。休み。I pick 安い。休み。
夏休みはいいですね。いいは夏休みはいいですね。
Yeah, it's using as an attributor.
ですね。夏休みはいいですね。
Why is it all just summer break? What about spring break? Okay. Shichikaku. Gatsu. Shichikatsu. 月。
7月、
7月 July. Today is hot, isn't it? What was it? 今日は暑い。今日は暑いですね。
今日は暑い
暑い
で
ですす
ね。
ね。休み。休み。休み。休み。休み。
休み、
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
I totally spaced out there.
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
Okay.
7月は
横浜
横浜に
に
行
行き
きま。
ますす。I'm missing something.
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。いつも横浜に行きます。7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
7月はいつも横浜に行きます。
Will next week be hot? 来週
は
は暑い
暑い
です
ですか。
か？Did she just dab? Wait. I didn't take a great look at that. Did she just dab? Alright, I gotta remember. I gotta remember to see it. 今日はとても暑いですね。今日はとても暑いですね。暑いはちょっと暑いで、お寺 that's temple. 天気。
天気
Sorry, 天気 weather. カフェ and skue, which is desk. Skue is desk, yeah.
ナオミさん、来週は夏休みですね。どこに行きますか？
Is that the kanji for atsui? Atsui? Naomi さん、来週は夏休みですね。どこに行きますか？ Where are you going? 海に行きます。Fair enough. 海に行きます。このデザートをください。
花火は来週ですか？
Oh, it's it's grass. Oh, it's internet. It's like, oh, okay. I see. Grass. It's kind of funny you brought up grass. Kusa. Oh, grass, huh? 花火は来週ですか？ Are the fireworks next week?
エリカさん、明日は夏休みですね。どこに行きますか？
Okay. Just asking where you're gonna go. If during summer break. 電子レンジはありません。うん。家族と京都に行きます。Fair enough. エリカさんはソウルに行きます。Going to Seoul, right? She's going to Seoul, エリカ。5休み。7月。12。アンドリューさんはよくソウルに行きます。
7月は姉と海に行きます。7月は7月は姉と海に行きます。姉と海に行きます。
7月は姉と海に行きます。7月は姉と海に行きます。The fireworks are Sunday. 花火は
日曜日
です。Okay. The fireworks are pretty, aren't they? 花火は綺麗ですね。This phrasing is pretty. This is more English phrasing than anything else. The desne stuff. You can really pick it up in anime too, whenever they're doing a desne phrase. Like, oh wait, not Yoda, sort of. It's kind of like it's like an awkward Yoda. Like, wait a minute, Yoda's in order. Okay. 花火は綺麗ですね。Oh, that's a lot of katakana. Okay. Up and away, Adam.
毎週コンサートに行きます。
Oh, I forgot about コンサート。
毎週コンサートに行きます。毎週コンサートに行きます。毎週コンサートに行きます。
毎週コンサートに行きます。
9月
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 September. I'm going to a new restaurant this evening. Oh, I screwed this up. This is where I kind of screwed up a little bit here. Honban. 今晩、
レストラン、
今晩、
新しい
新しいレストラン
に
に行きま。
行きます
9月は時々暑いです。
9月、9月は時々、9月は時々、暑いです。暑いです。暑いです。or 暑い。暑い。暑い。
暑い。
暑い。暑いです。9月は時々暑いです。September is sometimes hot. Is what they're going for. 秋はよくコンサートに行きますか？
コンサート
We also have the infamous 冷蔵庫 like in fridge 冷蔵庫 and then 美容院 and engineer
今晩浅草に行きます。
今晩浅草に行きます。今晩浅草に行きます。I'm going to Asakusa this evening. I just realized what that can kind of sound like. September is sometimes hot. Something hot. September is sometimes hot. So
9月
9月は時々
時々
暑いです。
暑い
です。
です。
9月は時々暑いです。秋はよくサッカーをします。We have 読みます。and 浴びます。Fair.
浴びます。
And then 寝ます。Sleep. Hang out. Going out. And then reading. Oh, this is where they're trying to introduce how you can use the day as the object, or you can use day in this phrase as the topic marker. So the topic versus object expression. So, 曇りの日は、曇りの日は、漫画を読みます。
曇りの日
漫画を読みます。or 明日も
曇り
です。
毎週コンサートに行きますか？
毎週コンサートにWhat?
毎週コンサートに行きますか？
行きますか？ Okay.
コンサート毎週コンサートに行きますか？毎週コンサートに行きますか？
毎週コンサートに行きますか？
来週も曇りですか？
来週も曇りですか？ Tomorrow is also cloudy. Is tomorrow also cloudy? Sure. いいえ、来週は毎日晴れです。Sure? 来週は毎日晴れです。電話番号お願いします。Phone. 7月。
7月。
9月。
9月。
休み。
休み。
Oh, 休み。Okay. Fair enough. And 飲みます。
明日も曇りですか？
明日も曇りですか？いいえ、明日は晴れです。Fair enough. What is this? 改札は以下です。以下ですか？ Is the ticket gate on the second floor.
今晩姉とカフェに行きます。今晩。姉とに行きます。
Where am I going?
今晩姉とカフェに行きます。
Oh, カフェ。
今晩姉とカフェに行きます。
今晩姉とカフェに行きます。I'm like, I lost the place that they're going to. In September, I sometimes go to the beach. So, September. 9月は時々海に行きます。
9月は時々海
Oh, I said 海 again, didn't I? 海に行きます。Okay. 9月は時々海、son of a 9月は時々海に行きます。In the fall, where do you often go? 秋よくはどこですか？どこに行きますか？どこに行きますか？秋はよくどこは行きますか？どこに行きますか？ Yeah, I see this. Oh. Aki. Oh, wait. No.
秋はよくどこに行きますか？
Yeah. 秋はよくどこに行きますか？ Okay. Popping away at him.
ココアはありますか？
ココア。Oh, yeah, I like ココア。ココアはありますか？ Oh, and this is the this is the wa, but it's directed question and it's an object. So in the long run, it's still an inanimate object, and regardless if it's possessive or a very specific thing. Yeah, that's all fine. Do you have a cocoa, sir? Do you have any cocoa? Ekin, any, or some? You know, you often go to the hot spring, onsen, right? Onsen. Yoku onsen ni ikimasu ka?
よく温泉に行きますか？
大阪は寒いです。
大阪は寒いです。Osaka will be cold.
来週温泉に行きます。
Okay.
来週行きます。
Whoops.
行きます。温泉に行きます。来週温泉に行きます。
Okay. I'm gonna buy some new cocoa tomorrow. 明日新しいココアを買います。
明日新しいココアを時々買います。
I just clicked on the first box next to the last box I clicked on. I don't know why I did that. That's a weird slip. 明日新しいココアを買います。今日はとても寒いです。
寒い。
And we have 暑い、晴れ and 早い。
冬はいつも温泉に行きます。
Okay, I missed the first part.
冬はいつも温泉に行きます。冬はいつも
温泉
に行きます。
冬はいつも温泉に行きます。今日は寒いです。Or actually no, Yuki です。It's probably what they're going for, right? Where's Yuki? Yeah, Yuki. Sarada and Dekuchi. Dekuchi is exit. Sarada is self-explanatory, sort of. Valid. It's not that self-explanatory. It's one of those katakana like, yeah, okay. And then futon is kind of self-explanatory too.
寒い日はよくどこに行きますか？
寒い日は oh okay. 寒い日はよくどこに行きますか？よく友達と暖かいカフェに行きます。カフェよく友達と暖かいカフェに行きます。As opposed to 救急車をお願いします。救急車をお願いします。冬は毎日blank ココアを飲みます。warm 暖かい。Yeah. うるさい。Sorry, うるさい。Noisy cocoa? Sure. Akarui. Akarui. That's busy Coco, right? And then Shizukana. Shizukana. Quiet coffee. Shizukana.
冬はよくどこに行きますか？
Where do you go in winter? Sure. Where do you often go in the winter? よく友達と山に行きます。Solid.
今日京都はとても寒いです。京都は寒いです。とても寒いです。寒いです。今日京都はとても寒いです。
今日京都はとても寒いです。
雪の日はよくどこに行きますか？
Okay, sure. Where do you go? Where do you go on snowy days? Or what do you? Yeah, where do you go on? Where do you often go on snowy days? Interesting. Or on snowy days, where do you go? Iつも公園に行きます。Really? Really? That can't. What? What? I don't know about that, Chief. いつも公園に行きます。I don't know about that, Chief. The other one doesn't answer anything though. Or does it? No, it's Danielu-san. Oh, wait. Danielu-san wa bengoshi desu. No, it doesn't. Really? I guess. If you often go to the park? You always go to the park? When it's snowing outside? I guess.
冬はよく公園に行きます。
冬はよく公園に行きます。I go to the park. I guess we can place in the winter in the beginning. Except both. I often go to the park. Except both. If you put it at the end, it's still fine. I'm going to drink some warm cocoa. 温かいココアを飲みます。
温かいココアを飲みます。
雪の日は温かいうどんを食べます。
雪の日は
often よくうどんよく温かいうどんを食べます。いいえ、明日は雪じゃないです。Hooray! Yeah. This is a good point. I think yeah, let's go one more. Let's go one more and then do our kanji practice again. Okay, let's keep going. The recap.
今日はまだ寒いです。
今日はまた寒いです。Okay. Today will still be cold.
明日の天気もいいです。明日天気もいいですね。明日の天気もいいです。
Oh, いいです。
ね。
Wait.
明日の天気もいいです。
明日の天気もいいです。
来週も雨ですか？
来週も雨ですか？Will next week be rainy? Also be rainy.
雨の日はいつもゲームをします。雨の日はゲームをします。
I heard いつも。
いつもゲームをします。
Okay. 雨の日はいつも雨のはいつも雨の日はいつもゲームをします。
よくどんなコンサートに行きますか？
よくどんなコンサートに行きますか？おめでとう。おめでとう。Yeah, thanks. We'll keep going here, maybe get halfway. I want to end the units tomorrow. I don't know why I'm going to start the unit. I've been averaging 3 to 4 days, but today I was supposed to end it today, so get through all the reviews, but it's getting kind of late because of my digression. Usually it's 3 days. You repeat the first half, you do the first half, repeat it, second half, repeat it, and then the third day is repeat and recap, and then we move on to the next unit. That's kind of how the pattern has been going for a while. Although, if I have a really, really great discussion, it turns into a half day. So instead of 12 lessons, 6 lessons. And it's plus or minus 3 for personalized practice. There is a personalized practice coming up. よくどんなコンサートに行きますか？ Hey Blue, hello there. Very cute emote. Very cute. What kind of concerts do you often go to? That's a cute one too.
今日東京は雨です。
今日
東
京は雨です。
今日東京は雨です。
今日東京は雨です。
土曜日も晴れです。
土曜日も晴れです。Oh, some of the stuff is getting a lot more comfortable now. Like the 今日東京 or like 今日京都thing it was a little weird at first. But anyways. 土曜日も晴れです。Saturday will be sunny. Will also be sunny.
秋はよくコンサートに行きます。
Okay.
秋は
秋は er よ
よ
く
く
コン
コンサート
サートに
に
行き
行きます
ます。
秋はよくコンサートに行きます。
秋はよくコンサートに行きます。Are the fireworks next week? 花火は来週ですか？
花火は来週ですか？
Alright, you guys need to calm down with your crazy. That's pretty funny. Those are some great emotes. I always go to concerts with Naomi. いつもナオミさんとコンサートに行きます。Okay. そう。よく、いつもナオミ
晴れさん
さん
とコンサート
に行きます。Okay. Next it will be sunny every day. 毎日来週は晴れです。
毎日来週は晴れです。
Oh, it's the other way around. Oh, this is the thing that I was having problems with, actually. 毎日 yeah. So it's 来週は毎日晴れです。Yeah, this is the thing that tripped me up before too. Because 毎日 is the way they're phrasing it is not telling me well enough that every day is referring to sunny. Yeah. Osaka is still hot. Is still hot today, isn't it? Osaka wa mada atsui desu ne.
大阪はまだ暑いですね。
来週はyeah, that's it. Yeah, as for next day and every day, yeah. Mm-hmm. Oh no. I forgot Kyo. Whoops. I've got Kyo. Just blatantly looked at chat and forgot. Okay. So 来週は毎日晴れです。And then
今日大阪はまだ暑いですね。
Okay. Alright, kanji time. Let's try to get all these golden. Might even get the new one. Okay. いきます。来ます。
来ます。
行きます。
行きます。行きます。来ます。
います。読みます。
読みます。と言います。見ます。行きます。行きます。 います。います。来ます。来ます。行きます。行きます。行きます。
来ます。
来ます。
買います。
話します。見ます。来ます。
来ます。
来ます。食べます。来ます。買います。話します。
行きます。
行きます。来ます。行きます。話します。買います。読みます。来ます。
The problem is we have to complete all of this so that we can start writing again, which kind of like, I want to get back to the writing, seeing how frequent it comes. Jupun. Jupun. Jikan. Yeah, jikan.
時間。
10分。
10分。
Hey, come on. Come on, brain.
10分。
10分。時間。
時間。
50分。
50分。
50分。Interesting.
2分。
2分. Yeah. So this is actually new from the edition. 2分. So, 10
10
分。
分。
30分。
30分。 10分。 10分。
時間。
時間。 10分。 10分。
5分。
5分。
2分。
2分。
20分。
20分。
10
10分。
時間。
時間。 時間。 時間。
10
10
分。
分。
5分。
5分。
4時。
4時。
時間。
時間。
20分。
20分。
10
10
分。
分。 5分。 10分。 時間。 7分。 2分。
Oh, I heard nanahun, which is also new. Thanks to new kanji exercises, we're getting all the numbers with the counters now. So I don't actually have any prior knowledge of those. So we have to keep track of all of them. Whoops. The difference between pun and hun, right? Let's keep going. Hun. Jikan.
時間。
Oh man, the way this is cut off is saucy. Hun.
分。
Hun. Hun.
分。
Jikan. Ji.
じ。分。
5分。
5分。
2分。
2分。
時間。
時間。分。分。分。
時間。
時間。分。分。
4時。
4時。
時間。
時間。
7分.
7分。
Which is new. 7分. I didn't know that was the case yet. 分
分
分じ
時間
時間
時間分
5分
5分
7分
7分
時間
時間
10分
10分
Oh, wait. I gotta make sure it's not that way. Duo use who instead of who. I know I said the same thing twice. Sorry, guys.
分時間
時間
2分
2分
半分
Okay.
じ
Alright, cool. Okay. Oh, we're getting there. Okay. What are we having? 10分
10分
分
分10分10分
Okay.
分
Okay.
10分10分
Okay.
10分分分
Oh, 40分
40分
10分40分
分
10
10
分
分
15分
15分
15分 Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, because along 15分2
2
分
分分
Okay.
分10分
Okay.
分東京400 10時10分
10分
10分
東京10
10分
2分
2分
5分
5分
40分
40分
Oh, 40分 Ooh, yeah. I see what I messed up there. 40分 and
分
Okay.
分
Okay.
分
Okay.
10分10分新しい3
Throw in a tadashi.
Introducing the Duolingo family.
Another time. If it's at the end, I'll let it go. All right, and we're gonna see if this turns gold down here, unless it's not. That's not how it works. So we're moving to non takai, like nan desu ka, takai, and yasumimasu are the context of these. So yama, takai,
高い
takai,
山 山
Okay. Takai. Although it also means tall, is what the yama and takai is associated in this unit. Instead of expensive, but takai was first introduced as expensive.
じ
Ji.
山
On. Yon. Sorry. Yon. Takai.
高い
Atarashi.
新しい山
Yama.
山
Takai.
高い山山古い
Furui. Haha.
母
Yama.
山
Go.
高
Takai.
い高い
え
高い
い。古い。高い。7。
7
父。
父
山。
山山
山。
6大きい 高い。8. 山。
Okay. Takai. Oh no, I think we have to do the other one, but let's complete this. I haven't ever seen Yamaguchi written out in so long. Holy heck.
山口。
Okay. Yama.
山。
That's so weird to see that. Yamaguchi.
山口。
Yamaguchi. Tokyo.
京都。
Kyoto. So Kyoto. Chichi. Yoji.
4時。
Yama.
山。
Yama. Okay. Going a little bit faster.
山口。
Oh, hey. That's so weird. Like, it takes me a while because I'm doing the stroke order in my head.
山口。
山。
Aw. I can't get the full stroke order until later because they added the new lessons. We do have to do this until we can unlock them again. Shinbun.
新聞。
Nakayama.
中山。
Yama.
山。
Yamaguchi.
山口。
Tokyo.
東京。
Wait, why didn't these tickers move up? What the heck? None of these tickers moved up. I don't want to be locked out. Nan desu ka? Okay. Takai.
高い。
Nan
なんで
desu
す
ka? I hope it's not a bug because I really want to write these again. Nan desu ka?
なんです。
Takai.
何
何
ですか？
読みます。
読みます。
話します。
話します。
小さい。
小さい。
高い。
高い。何ですか？何ですか？
高い。
高い。何ですか？何です。
飲みます。
飲みます。
何ですか？買います。
買います。
高い。
高い。
古い。
古い。高い。
高い。
高。
Oops.
高。高い。
I immediately went. I'm going a little too fast.
高い。
高い。
買います。
大きい。
大きい。
食べます。
食べます。
何ですか？
何ですか？食べます。高い。小さい。何ですか？買います。
Okay, okay, the tickers are going up. Not bad. Nakayama. Wow, I haven't seen Nakayama written like that as well for so long.
中山。
That's so weird.
山。
Yama. Nakayama.
Yama.
Yama. On.
本。
Nakayama.
中山。
2分。
2分。
10分。
10分。
Wait, why am I being banned? What did I do?
中山。
Nakayama.
中。山。山。
Oh no. Oh. Man, that's so weird. I don't like those exercises. Yoji.
本。
Tanaka.
田中。
Yama.
山。
Nakayama.
中山。
I'm out of time. Oh my gosh, there's still 3 more sections to catch up with. Yeah, so if you do any of these things, like before these, when you fill in the gold, it'll reintroduce back the writing ones. I tested it out a little bit with these already. So as long as you fill them all in, That's how they introduce it in Duolingo. So in katakana, they start with 4 sets, then they introduce another set, but then they go back to the first set, and then introduce a second set, and then like review the first set again, go to the second, review the first and second, go to the third, and then that's how they fill them in. Unfortunately, they added new exercises when I already finished the others. So we have to go through all these exercises before we unlock the writing part again. And I'm curious if they changed the writing part. It didn't look like they changed the writing part. Maybe they swapped. Oh, they did change the writing part a little bit. What they do now is, it used to be the writing part when you get something like shinbun, right? When you get like shinbun, you get this guy and it repeats. It repeats. So it starts with guiding your strokes to show you the stroke order. Then it shows the stroke order without all the things shown, like the faded one, and then it has no tracks or guidance. And then they do that like 10 times. So they step up, and then you match the little pieces too. So you imagine all the kanji in different pieces, only on a single kanji. However, now there's one where they don't repeat the same kanji. They swap and bounce between kanji, and you have to know the whole stroke. So I don't know if they kept in the one where it guides you through the stroke order, and then it removes slowly the other reminders, if they kept those sets in or not. But the one that I saw that's new in these sets are also, it can be a different kanji, and you would need to look at the top left. So a lot of times they'll show you the kana or the furigana up here, and they will show you the full phrase, and there might be like a kanji here that you can bank off of. And then they will ask you what this character is, and then it'll be a writing area for you to figure it out. The ones that are kind of weird and makes me pause is the ones where they would have, 2 strokes of 3 strokes, but then you have to think of strokes out of order. And I think that's kind of neat, but at the same time, it's kind of really weird, right? This would be Yama. That was the one that I remembered, the Yama stroke in this case. But pretty cool. I think it's an expansion. I still like the old school where they went with guidelines, really just restrict you to the guidelines, then show your stroke order and lean off. And then at the very end, you're writing the thing without any guides, right? That's where I got most of these things. And I've been doing that all the way up to here. And this is the newest one in section 8, which haven't introduced at all right now. Although I'm guessing it's, I already saw it. It's like, probably something like this, right? Or Gatsu. That's probably the stroke order. Given that I've written other things already, but yeah. And it's kind of a shame that the whole Unit 8 only introduces 1 kanji and then use 4 a kanji from previous. Give me more kanji or give me death. Actually, don't. I'm kidding. I think that I probably lose in that instance. I feel I could do 1 or 2 more lessons. This is the review for family, right? The family stuff. 1 or 2 more lessons. And then tomorrow I'll complete the lesson. And it'll be 4 days for this unit. And then we get to look forward to discussing chores and say what you want to do. Ooh. I want to take a sneak peek. There's counting people. Oh, it's introduced in this section, technically, the counting people thing. Oh, there's your... Yeah, there's that counting people thing. But what should we do next month? How about a trip? We should go to France. Okay. I'm behind that. Oh, I see some familiar phrases. Although it is in the, yeah, it's future. I mean like, proposition, like volition. Okay. There's some interesting ones coming up. Anyways, too teasery. Let's do half the lessons to offset personalized practice. Personalized practice is a set of 3. Oh.
弟さんは何歳ですか?
This doesn't get old. Like I don't think it gets old. That's what I do to bounce between them. So at the end of every session, there's a 2x bonus thing. The 2x bonus things makes me want to practice. So what do you practice? You practice kanji. If I had super, like for example, I didn't start this yet. So if I had super, which I will probably consider very strongly in the future, my practice would probably go into like conversation or flashcarding with the word section. And then there's like 8 billion mistakes. This pretty much tracks. Oh no, it doesn't actually. It only tracks 30 or 50 max. So I've made more than 50 mistakes, I'm pretty sure. So it probably caps at 50. However, if super, see, there's 2 weeks. I'm trying to think of when the 2 weeks I'm going to, and I'm gonna probably see what flashcard is like. I'm guessing these are flashcards. Is how they're gonna do it, right? And it adds a portion of all the vocabulary. It doesn't include vocabulary that is involved in the basic structure. A lot of times, the basic structure of the sentence. So not words that you use almost non-stop. So that's why it's only 302 words when technically I'm at 588 words. So it's not comprehensive in the sense of the words you would get all the time. These are specific words that you might have use cases that you don't use, right? So you can hear them here, and then they still use their synthetic voice.
子供、ソウル、
right?
英語、コーチ。
So there are features that technically I'm not using. However, I do it myself. I do it myself orally anyways. I think that's a great addition if this is new. I haven't seen this feature before when I was doing it. So this was not here before. And we still haven't gotten to stories. I don't even know when that shows up. I think someone said it's somewhere in section 3, maybe. I don't know. So there's still stories. That's kind of funny. And listening. I would love to have listening as a feature because I speak everything out loud, right? But eventually my voice is going to give out. And it's around now. My voice is about to give up right around now. That's why I don't really talk very much during practices. Because my voice will give out at some point. So being able to constantly have all listening exercises, kind of nice. Which is part of the whole super thing, right? Anyways, let's do 1 or 2 until my hearts run out, or 1 or 2 more lessons. Does your younger brother also play soccer? Okay. Imoto, not imoto, Ototo-san. Ototo-san mo sakkar o shimasu ka? Right.
弟さんもサッカーをしますか?
Okay. Ototo-san mo sakkar o shimasu ka? Chikaku, nearby.
近く。
兄弟。
兄弟。
雪。
雪。
Tatemono.
建物
Kaisatsu.
警察
Oh, keisatsu. I keep doing. I am one day I'm gonna say, oh, it's the police, and I'm gonna say kaisatsu, and someone's gonna look at me weird. Keisatsu. It's fine. It's kind of like keisatsu is kind of the thing I do with ume too. Even though I mean umi, sometimes I say ume because of some game thing. It's a game related thing. So I'm gonna have to get used to that at some point. Keisatsu, and umi. Is your younger brother a student? And it's more of a speech thing than a listening thing. If I heard umi, it would be different than speaking umi. Is your younger brother a student? Ototo-san wa gakusei desu ka? Gakusei desu ka? Pitch accent was all over the place. Ototo-san
弟さんは学生ですか？
花さん、兄弟はいますか？花さん、兄弟はいますか？
Yeah, that's a weird grouping. I typically group the particles at the end of a word. So this is a duo purpose thing. Duo is trying to demonstrate about iru, and when it's targeting something with iru, it's inanimate object. Is probably why they're doing that. It's kind of like the way they say ga arimasu. They group ga arimasu for the emphasis and interpretation of have, as opposed to wa arimasu. And when it's wa arimasu, it's not together. The wa particle is free from the grouping, so it's kind of like their subtle way of associating things, which can be a little bit distracting because I was looking for wa in it. I was looking for wa down here. Again, if you just type the thing, right? When you go into practice and you can type the thing, so it wouldn't matter if they're grouped or not grouped after you practice with it. There's a little weird duoism design. Hana-san, 兄弟はあります。行きます。Whoops. I mean, います。いますか? I already thought about the あります thing. Hana-san, 兄弟はいますか? Right. Okay. Moving right along. Andoryu-san. 兄弟はいますか? Right.
アンドリューさん兄弟
See, now I'm looking for wa again.
はいますか
wa いますか?
優しい弟がいます。
And the reason why also, there's another hidden reason why I say particles attached to the previous word. Largely dealing with how the pitch accent works. Pitch accent groups the particle onto the word before it, as opposed to the other way around. So my framework when I'm listening to things, when I'm listening to pitch and where the breakups of all the particles are, is after a particle lands. So it's kind of like yasashi, like yasashi ototo. So yasashi ototo ga imasu ka, or imasu in this case, imasu. So if there's something else, I usually the accent, every part where the particle separates is where you have the melodic shift in pitch accent. Either it goes up or down after a particle. So that's kind of what I'm listening to all the time. So it's very weird when you have a choice where it says yasashi, yasashi ototo, and then ga imasu. So if ga imasu is pronounced together in a little group, which is when you click on these things when they're Japanese, it sounds very weird because the particle's pitch accent is associated with the word that's before it from the left as opposed to the right. Kind of a little things. Yasashi ototo ga imasu. Right. I have nice younger I have a nice younger brother. Don't forget the article. How old is your younger brother? So, Ototo-san wa nan desu ka? Nansai desu ka? Yeah. Ototo-san wa nansai desu ka?
弟さんは何歳
Oh, and they grouped up nansai. I was gonna look for none. So in this case, it worked out because I'm looking for none, right? Nansai desu ka?
でか
Okay.
弟がいます。
Oh, okay.
弟
Ototo
が
ga. Wait.
弟がいます。います。
Yeah. So here's something they swap up. So they're trying to demonstrate something else here. So you got ga, which is separated from waimasu, right? Waimasu ga. So they're trying to not so subtly talk about how to differentiate between something that's personal versus third person, sort of. Yesterday, I think someone said something like, "Oh, the ototo-san would be a polite marker." It's like, yes, kind of, but it also functionally, what Duo is trying to say is it's also functionally talking about potentially you're someone like the younger brother in a third person perspective as opposed to your first person perspective. So this is kind of also their way to associate that you can put ga to really emphasize the thing. So they kind of did this as well with ga arimasu, and then it translates and it's interpreted to having something as opposed to there exists something. And that's kind of what they're doing here too. I wonder what they translate this to actually. It's probably I have a younger brother, right? So, ototo ga imasu. Yeah, I have a younger brother. As opposed to there's a brother, there's a important brother. I have an important younger brother. Or there exists an important younger brother, as in my important younger brother. So I have a younger brother. For the ga versus the wa kind of thing. It's implicit. It's not explicit. I don't think there's... Oh, yes. There is a guidebook note about ga and wa in Duolingo. There is a... I think it's like 4 units back. 3 or 4 units back when they first introduced ga arimasu. And in that same unit, they also distinguish between iru and aru, but they didn't introduce iru yet. Iru was this unit. So it's there somewhere for the whole ga versus wa on specific phrases that allows one to interpret that it's a little bit more important. Like that thing is more important, or the object is more important. And sometimes that could emphasize things in English. Like it's not just any younger brother that I have, or there isn't just there exists not just any younger brother. It's a ga ga brother, as opposed to a wa brother. Oh brother. And another way would be like ototo-san wa imasu, right? Ototo-san wa imasu. In a question form. Ototo-san wa imasu ka? Is there a younger brother that exists? Sometimes it's kind of asking the other person, but usually it's okay when you interpret it that way. Ototo. Oh, and they're doing it literally here to some extent. Are they? Oh no, never mind. Just kidding. They didn't do it here. Sometimes the fill in the blank ones, they would contrast one way of expressing something very important and then another thing that is less important. So third person versus first person. And they would take like ga and wa and contrast them. And then they would also do the thing where here's a na adjective in the na position where you need the na, and here's the na adjective where you don't need the na, but they don't explain why that is the case. The pattern is if it's in this position, whatever that position is, they don't really explain what the position is, you will use a na. So then you go and search for the answer yourself, or the explainer. It doesn't stop you from getting the right answer though.
Ga, ka.
So, ototo ga imasu. Ototo ga imasu. Nakayama-san wa? Right. This one is still a little bit hard to feel normal about. Asking, it's really and you. It's reflecting the question back. The question back, but it's still a little weird for me to end with wa. But Nakayama-san wa. And then kyodai wa ima oops. Wait. Kyodai wa imasu ka? It's this is throwing it off. Kyodai wa imasu ka? So, and you, how many do you have any siblings? Right.
かわいい弟がいます。かわいい弟。
What?
かわいい弟がいます。
Oh.
がいます。
Okay. かわいい弟がいます。So they're using ga for this. Cute. So I have a cute ototo, younger brother.
かわいい弟がいます。
弟がいます。ケンさんは兄弟はいますか？
うるさい弟がいます。
うるさい弟がいます。I have an annoying younger brother. Ototo ga okay. Same structure. It's okay. They're really drilling it in. So when they're drilling it in, it's kind of nice to practice, I suppose. Practice speaking. Because they swapped up Naomi-san wa. So practice lots of syllables and sounds. Ototo ga imasu. Hana-san wa? Or Naomi-san wa? Oh no, Hana-san. Oh, this is Hana-san. Whoops. I read it. I got to double check. Hana-san wa? 兄弟はいますか？ Right?
はい、弟がいます。
はい、弟がいます。Okay. 弟がいます。I have a younger brother. Okay.
弟さんは今カナダに住んでいますか？
Okay.
弟さん
は I heard Canada.
カナダ
Canada
に
に住んでいます。
住んでいますか
I think I forgot something else.
弟さんは今カナダに住んでいますか
今。
今
弟さんは今カナダに住んでいますか Which, right now, well, right now or in the beginning or at the end, my, I guess this is implying both you could say my younger brother lives in Canada right now. Or does your this is a question. My bad. does your younger brother lives in Canada? I forgot the guy. Perhaps. I have a nice younger brother. Oh, brother. 優しい弟がいます。Yeah. 優しい弟がいます。
優しい
弟がいます。Okay. Does your younger brother also live in Tokyo? Your younger brother. Okay. So your younger brother. Okay. お姉さんも東京に住んでいますか？
弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？
Yeah. 弟さんも東京に住んでいますか？ Alright. Let's do like two more.
山
兄弟
高い
And this time it's tall. So in this unit is actually tall. In the kanji section, they were referring to a reuse of the meaning. So they went with expensive. Kochi. That's a new one actually for this unit. And umi. Which we already talked about, the whole beach and ocean thing. I still see it as ocean or sea.
姉はオーストラリアに住んでいます。
姉は Oh no. How dare you. 姉のオーストラリアに住んでいます。How dare you put in Australia. Don't look at me like that. Freaking false staff. My older sister also lives in Australia. Wait. No, also. No. Okay. 姉はオーストラリアに住んでいます。
弟はスポーツが好きです。野球とテニスのコーチです。
Okay.
弟は会社員じゃないです。
Fair enough. Okay, the brother, does he teach kotsu? Yeah, teach sports. Yeah, he's a kotsu, a coach. So teaches music. No, I don't. Oh, they can actually say music. I would understand that. And then kaishain, it's kaishain janai desu. So literally not an office worker. So let's read this. Ototo wa sportsu ga suki desu. So he likes sports. And then yasashi, oh no. Yakyū to tenis no kotsu Kotsu. Kochi. Sorry, Kochi. Kochi desu. So he's a tennis and a baseball coach. And then Ototo wa kaishain janai desu. So he is not the brother is not a office worker. Right. Okay. My older sister likes Australia. Australia! Sorry. They're really gonna cram this in, huh? Okay. Ane wa Australia. Australia. が好きです。Right. Yeah, が好きです。So this is another example of the the particle being lumped together with the next phrase. So 姉はオーストラリアが好きです。
姉がいます。姉はホラーゲームとアクションゲームが好きです。毎週ゲームをします。
Neat. Okay. The sister pretty much plays a lot of video games. Especially I heard horror action. Yeah, horror game to action game. Interesting. Instead of saying, oh, I see. Yeah, that makes sense. You would say it that way. If you're saying two different types of games as opposed to a game with both types of genre. That makes sense. So, 姉がいます。姉がいます。Right. I have a younger sister. 姉はホラーゲームとアクションゲームが好きです。So, she likes both. Or, not really she, but it actually says my older sister likes horror games and action games. And then 毎週ゲームをします。She plays every week. She plays video games every week. Ototo wa look at Australia again. Australia に住んでます。What are my other choices? 作ります to make 作ります making 座ります to sit sitting
はい、姉は日本語の先生です。はい。日本語の先生です。
I missed something.
はい、姉は日本語の先生です。
Oh, 姉
は
I was missing the topic. So, はい、姉は日本語の先生です。Older sister is a Japanese teacher, a Japanese language teacher. Or my older sister is a Japanese language teacher. Yes. With height. 姉さん so お姉さん so now instead of 姉お姉さん so more of a third person thing and polite I suppose both お姉さんもlocation 日本に住んでいますか We also have yoga and 新聞 newspapers. My older sister is a Japanese teacher. Okay. So now we can do the Japanese version. This is, no, it's my older sister. So, ane wa Nihongo no sensei desu.
姉
wa
日本語の
no
先生
sensei
で
desu.
す。
弟はバスケットボールのコーチです。弟はバスケットボールのコーチです。弟はバスケットボールのコーチです。
弟はバスケットボール。バスケットボールのコーチです。弟はバスケットボールのコーチです。
お姉さんは何歳ですか？
お姉さんは何歳ですか？ Okay. How old is your older sister?
姉は日本語の先生です。姉
は日本語の先生です。
先生です。姉は日本語の先生です。
This is Kadeshi. So, 姉のKadeshiはオーストラリアに出身です。のに出身です。そう。姉の
彼氏
は
オーストラリア。
オーストラリア。Oh my god. オーストラリア。出身です。
はい、弟はサッカーのコーチです。
はい、弟はサッカーのコーチです。Yes. My younger brother is a soccer coach.
お姉さんは日本語の先生ですか？
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 お姉さん、okay, yeah. Okay. I might have not said お姉さん。Wait a minute. What?
お姉さんは日本語の先生ですか？
Oh.
お姉さん。
I'm so not used to seeing them grouped together. I was looking for one, just one in general. お姉さんは日本語の先生ですか？
お姉さんは日本語の先生ですか？
Does your older sister also watch anime? So, お姉さんもアニメを見ますか？ Can't find it.
お姉さんもアニメを見ますか？
My younger brother is a basketball coach. Come on, just give me basket. It's fine. 弟はバスケットボールのコーチです。
弟はバスケットボールの
コーチです。One more lesson. And that will, yeah, that'll make it up.
妹さんは弁護士ですか？
妹さんは弁護士です。
弁護です。
か
妹さんは弁護士ですか？
妹さんは弁護士ですか？妹さんは学生ですか？
妹さんは学生ですか？
妹は台湾が好きです。
台湾妹は台湾が好きです。My younger sister likes Taiwan.
妹は来週台湾に行きます。妹は
来週
に行きます。
What?
妹は来週台湾に行きます。
台湾に行きます。
台湾
I lost the destination.
妹さんは学生ですか？
妹さんは学生ですか？ Yeah. Is your younger sister a student?
妹の友達は台湾出身です。
Okay. 妹は something 台湾出身です。
妹の友達は台湾出身です。
友達と。妹の友達は台湾出身です。My younger sister's friend is from Taiwan. Or are from Taiwan, whatever. They're her friends. So, 妹さんの友達は台湾出身です。妹の友達は台湾出身です。 妹 whoops. Okay. I was saying my sister instead. Yeah. That's okay. 妹は yeah, it wouldn't make sense, right? Yeah, because honorific, I don't know about that. 妹は来週 wait. 妹はoh no, not again. Okay. Jungoukou語ができます。中国語ができます。中国語ができます。Okay. 妹は中国語ができます。My younger sister knows Chinese.
姉は中国に住んでいます。中国語ができます。姉は中国のドラマが好きです。
Okay. The sister knows Chinese. 姉は中国姉は中国に住んでいます。中国語ができます。姉は中国の no drama ga suki desu. So she likes she likes Chinese dramas. She doesn't watch Japanese dramas. And she doesn't live in Canada. Something to maybe friend? No. Something to another national 2 languages? Yeah. Nihongo to Chugokugo ga dekimasu. It'll take a while to not pause. It's kind of like dekimasu, dekimasu, and suki desu after ga is kind of rough for me. If the 3 syllables before it is some sort of mix between go and ko, or g and k, and it causes me to pause very often. I don't know about that. It'll probably subside if I say it a little bit more. Watashi no something wa Taiwan ni sundeimasu. Watashi no Okay. So
Imoto?
I feel like that's almost redundant. Watashi no imoto wa Taiwan ni sundeimasu. Yamaguchi-san no imoto-san wa doko ni sundeimasu ka? I feel like the watashi no might be slightly redundant here. But that's okay. It's emphasizing a lot more on to differentiate between my younger sister versus their younger sister, right? I guess that's better clarification if you want it to be a little bit redundant. Panmo, obviously. Ane mo nihongo ga dekimasu. Moving right along. Watashi no... Yeah, so they're doing that.
Imoto-san.
I think, while this is redundant, I think this is another duoism. They're trying to give context clues to when you use imoto and imoto-san, right? I know that san oftentimes is a polite marker, but in this case, they're trying to illustrate, which is the thing I talked about in the last unit, or like in the last set of things. There will eventually be a exercise, fill in the blank exercise that tells you the 2 different locations, and this might be a little redundant. It's probably there to offer help if you haven't been really paying attention to the stuff. Although this is a pretty good giveaway too, where there are 2 places where you can tell where you want to place the things, right? So, watashi no imoto wa Jukyu sai desu. Watashi no imoto wa Jukyu sai desu. Ken-san no imoto-san wa nan desu ka? Nan sai desu ka? No, nan sai desu ka? Ken-san no imoto-san wa nan sai desu ka? Is your older sister also a Chinese teacher? One 오네선 오네선 뭐 Gokugo no sensei desu ka? So
お姉さん
오네선
も中国語
중국어
の先生
sensei
ですか。
姉も中国語ができます。
姉も 중국어가 できます My older sister also yes 姉も 중국어가 できます also knows Chinese. Okay. I have a cute younger sister. 妹かわいい妹がいます。
かわいい妹がいます。
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。はい。
はい、妹さんの I could have sworn it was like wait
の
is someone's
はい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
oh whoops I clicked on the wrong one はい、妹
の
wait
のはい、妹は今台湾に住んでいます。
oh no
は
今台湾に住んでいます。 That's fine. Yes, my younger sister lives in Taiwan right now. Hi. Oh, this is still not it. It's just the reverse. Okay. Oh, hi.
Hi.
妹
台湾
Oops.
台湾
Just kidding.
妹
は
台湾に住んでいます。今
I've got 今。はい。今、妹は、
今。
はい。妹は今、台湾に住んでいます。And then this is the
妹の
one
友
that is-
達は台湾出身です。
Okay. Okay.
妹の友達は
台湾
出身です。
Alright. We're good. That's it for today. Yeah. Wow. We did 8,000 this. Alright, folks. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for listening. It was a good digression. I'll put it up. Talking about, different perspectives on learning, translation, interpretation. Wanted to talk about it a little bit in a more amateurish way. Perhaps I'll get roasted or something. It would be kind of fun to see what kind of, in the future when we look back, or maybe in another month or two, I look back on some of these videos and see if my perspective changed or not. Right? Alright, folks. That's a wrap up of day 45. Thanks for listening. Thanks for chilling. Hopefully everyone else is learning and stuff, because I do love sharing learning experiences. As always, until next time, stay safe, stay healthy, right? Stay mentally and physically healthy, please. Please. Find your inspiration. Live a life of happiness. I hope so. And until next time, as usual, また明日。じゃあね。